Chapter 485. 4 out of 10 for the leader of the Knights of the Bloody Battle. After the battle, everyone rested for a while before continuing on their journey. They did not have much time. They only had 7 days. Qin Wangchuan repeatedly emphasized that this might be the only time in their lives that the 4 of them would enter this special dimensional space. Hence, the 4 of them cherished this opportunity very much. After learning a lesson from the previous sneak attack, Han Jiangxue also invited new reinforcements to help Song Chuanxi find the enemy. It was not that Han Jiangxue did not trust Song Chuanxi, but rather, it was always good to be careful. Han Jiangxue clasped her hands in front of her chest, intertwined her fingers, and nodded slightly. Then, masses of astral power gathered around her, and one after another, little fiery men appeared by her feet. The adorable little burning men were supposed to bring some vitality to the gloomy and strange dense fog forest. Who would have thought that after these little burning men appeared, they would all wither in the next moment after they jumped around and shot flames in all directions. They gathered at Han Jiangxue's feet one after another, perhaps because they were frightened or frozen. Such a scene made Jiang Shao click his tongue in wonder. Every time he saw the little burning men, they would scurry around without a care in the world, and seem to be fearless and unafraid of anything. What were they doing now? Gathering at Han Jiangxue's feet and hugging each other for warmth? He could tell that the little burning men did not like the humid and cold environment. However, under Han Jiangxue's orders, they had no choice but to disperse in all directions and move their feet reluctantly. Looking at their slow footsteps, Jiang Shao couldn't help but step forward and kick the little burning man who was pretending to be limping. Jump! Jump! Happy! Pretentious! Jiang Shao used the giant sword as a golf club and slapped a little burning man away. Show me the attitude of a naughty child. Don't be a coward. Phew! Han Jiangxue sighed deeply and held her forehead with one hand. She had gotten used to carrying out missions with a group of calm, serious, and obedient teammates. Hence, she almost forgot about her younger brother's mischievous style. In desperation, a giant flame centipede that was nearly 2.5 meters tall appeared beside Han Jiangxue, and she got it to help guide the little burning men forward while they dispersed to check out the situation. The numerous devilish brats spread out a large net and scattered in all directions, protecting and escorting everyone. In fact, due to the characteristics of the creatures in the Forest of Rain of Tears, it was not difficult to find them. Often, one would hear their voices before seeing them. Be it the tear demon, tear spirit, or tear ghost, they were all in a state of crying. Unless they consciously hid themselves and tried to ambush their prey, they would usually cry. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, they killed another 7 tear demons and 4 tear ghosts. Jiang Shao finally saw the true face of the tear demons. They were not as strong as the tear ghosts. They were slender and humanoid, about 1.8 meters long. They had 2 arms but no legs. The tear demon did not have the translucent skin of the tear ghost. Its entire body was made up of mist. 2 scarlet eyes pierced through the fog and stared at the crowd. That kind of scene was indeed hair-raising. It was no wonder that Xia Yan did not find the corpse of the tear demon that was smashed to death by Han Jiangxue's ice roar. Instead, she only found its star bead. The creature was very peculiar as it had no flesh and blood at all. It was just a cloud of mist. The 3-day journey also made them realize many problems. There were not many creatures in the Forest of Rain of Tears, and they only found 11 creatures of other dimensions. No matter from which angle, creatures with tears were extremely rare. As a dimensional space, it was the only one in the world. However, there were very few creatures with tears in the Forest of Rain of Tears. The creature known as the Tear Spirit was the rarest of the rarest. 3 days. It had been 3 days. They had even killed 4 platinum tear ghosts, but they did not see the tear spirit at all. Jiang Shao could not help but wonder if there were really creatures like the tear spirit in this world. While Jiang Shao was anxious, Xia Yan felt even more bitter. Including the tear ghost that she had slaughtered, she had absorbed a total of 5 star bead. In the end, she did not acquire any star technique. The instructors and teammates analyzed the pros and cons for her, and she finally decided to learn the star technique, Tear Ghost. However, what was the point? She couldn't absorb a single one. There's a situation, Song Chuanxi, who was at the front of the team, said all of a sudden, waking Xia Yan up. Jiang Shao stopped in his tracks while Han Jiangxue strode forward and walked from the back to the center of the team. The 4 of them moved forward in unison. Song Chuanxi said again, the sound of crying, the sound of raindrops, and the sound of Yan Xiaomu being extinguished by the rain. The forest of rain of tears, which was shrouded in thick fog all year round, really interfered with their vision. Otherwise, they would have been able to see the dark clouds gathering in the sky from afar if there was a heavy downpour. Even if there were no dark clouds, the sky would at least darken and it would seem like it was raining. Now, they were just walking through the deep mountains and forest and carving marks on the towering trees to prevent themselves from getting lost. Song Chuanxi said with some excitement, the sound of crying is different. It's not a tear demon or a tear ghost. Jiang Shao was slightly stunned and couldn't help but look forward to it. The sound of crying is different? Apart from the tear demon and tear ghost, who else could it be? Of course, it's the tear spirit that has yet to show up. The types of crying of these creatures were different. The tear demon was like a pitiful fairy. She cried miserably and indistinctly. If she was really hurt, she would cry out in fear. The tear ghost's cry was very manly, as it was purely a cry that was loud and noisy. So, what did the crying sound of the tear spirit sound like? Speed up and maintain the formation, Han Jiangxue said. Everyone quickened their pace and stepped on the muddy ground. As they moved forward quickly, Jiang Shao finally heard the faint sound of crying. If the tear demon was the sobbing of a resentful wife and the tear ghost was the crying of an adult man, then the tear spirit was a sobbing monster. It appeared. A sobbing monster. It finally appeared. Jiang Shao couldn't help but grip the handle of the sword tightly. Damn it, I want to fight 10 of them. Cry all you want. It's either tragic or heroic. Are you trying to sell your cuteness? Song Chuanxi's eyes were filled with astonishment, as if he had seen something strange. Xia Yan ran quickly while observing the surroundings. She couldn't help but ask, Sister Chuanxi, what's wrong? Song Chuanxi said. Song Chuanxi's bright eyes pierced through the layers of fog. In the pouring rain far away, he saw 2 small balls of fog playing around a huge tree. Playing around? It would be fine if the scene of children chasing each other was accompanied by laughter, but they were crying while chasing. Song Chuanxi had an eye-opener today. Just as she was about to say something, Han Jiangxue said, Song Chuanxi, calculate the distance. Xiaopi, use silence to attack first. Wait. Song Chuanxi suddenly raised his right fist. Everyone followed his order and stopped in unison. Song Chuanxi frowned slightly and listened attentively. There's another one coming from the 2:00 direction. This sound should be the tear spirit too. Xia Yan asked curiously, were they attracted by the crying? How are those 2 fighting? How's the situation? Song Chuanxi said with a strange expression, they're not fighting, but playing. They're circling around a tree now. Xia Yan was speechless. Han Jiangxue got an idea and said, conceal yourself. Song Chuanxi, keep an eye on the battlefield and inform me immediately if there are any abnormalities. Hearing the crying and the sound of the rain, the group hid behind a big tree, got into formation and observed their surroundings. Song Chuanxi quietly poked his head out from behind the tree and looked into the distance curiously. There were originally only 2 tear spirits circling the tree, but now there were 3 of them. He hadn't encountered one in 3 days, but now he had encountered 3. Jiang Shao couldn't help but whisper, what does tear spirit look like? Song Chuanxi pressed the invisible earphones and whispered back, They are very different from the tear demon and tear ghost. They are not in the shape of a human or a beast. They are a glowing mist, and I can't see their faces. Another one. Song Chuanxi was startled. This time, he turned his head. Far away, Jiang Hong left with Qin Wangchuan in a flash. They wouldn't join the battlefield unless it was absolutely necessary. Since the enemy was attacking from behind, it was also a test for the team. Hence, the two of them didn't intend to stop the tear spirit that flew towards them. Accompanied by the moans of the tear spirit, a glowing ball of mist flew towards them from afar. It's too late. Song Chuanxi's gentle and charming face immediately became contorted in pain. Black flames were burning in her hands too. Jiang Shao could teleport away, but he wasn't as capable as Jiang Hong. Hence, he couldn't bring anyone with him. Don't move. Extinguish the fire, Han Jiangxue suddenly said. Song Chuanxi asked, Huh? Han Jiangxue said, Extinguish the fire. Don't move. The flames in Song Chuanxi's hands disappeared, and at this moment, the rain began to fall. To be exact, the rain had been falling continuously, but as the tear spirit flew, the rain enveloped everyone. All of a sudden, the four of them felt that the vitality in their bodies was declining rapidly. It was a continuous damage. The tears that were supposed to be cold were like acid rain that dripped on their bodies, causing them to feel a burning pain. Although the star power rain only drenched them and did not corrode their clothes, it seeped into their clothes and fused into their bodies. The star power rain that fused into their bodies did not provide them with a positive state. Instead, it continued to burn and deplete their vitality. The range of vitality was very wide and contained a lot of things. The first thing Jiang Shao felt was that he gradually had difficulty breathing and his physical strength continued to decline. Next, he felt a burning pain. A glowing ball of mist flew in front of the four of them and stopped in front of Jiang Shao, who was at the back of the team. It slowly descended and landed in front of Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao wiped his face that had been drenched by the acid rain, and felt the burning pain as he looked at the glowing ball of mist in front of him. The ball of mist flew left and right in front of Jiang Zhao's face and kept humming, "This rain is poisonous." Jiang Shao found that his emotions were continuing to decline and he was getting more and more depressed. For no reason, Jiang Shao just felt a little sad. Is this the legendary hipster divine technique? Han Jiangshua's movements were very subtle. She slowly raised her hand, pressed the invisible earphones and said, "If they like to play, they will eventually go to their companions. We'll just keep an eye on them here. The more companions they attract to play, the more tear spirit star beads we'll harvest." Jiang Shao looked at the crying monster in front of him and said softly, "If this goes on, we'll all be seriously injured if we get drenched in the rain for a while." Han Jiangxue said, "Bell will ring in 10 seconds. If we don't disturb them, continue waiting. If we do, we'll use silence to attack first after bell rings." Jiang Shao looked at the crying monster in front of him with a sorrowful expression and sighed in his heart. "I'm so sad, yet you're still acting cute in front of me. I'll slap you and tell you." Chapter 486. "There's a hunter here, Lei Gui," Song Chuanxi murmured softly while holding onto the tree with one hand. Xia Yan gritted her teeth and barked, "Let's do it." Everyone had different ways of dealing with sadness. Song Chuanxi was a little depressed and out of sorts, while Xia Yan was clearly trying to get back at him. "Since you made me so sad, I won't let you have it easy." The heavy rain made Xia Yan even more irritable. "Let's do it," Han Jiangxue said, knowing that she couldn't go on like this. Ring ring ring. The first thing he did was throw out a bell. It connected to Han Jiangshua's body and plunged into Xia Yan's arms before hanging onto Song Chuanxi's body. Then, it turned around and returned again. That was the sound of bell that made the four of them feel energized. Their minds cleared up. All of the gloominess and negative emotions in his heart had completely disappeared. That was also the sound of bell that signaled the start of the battle. Jiang Shao swung his sword upwards and thought, "Who told you to act cute? I'll kill you with one slash." To Jiang Zhao's astonishment, the giant sword missed. The steel sword penetrated the body of the tear spirit that was made up of mist. Jiang Shao couldn't be bothered anymore. He hurriedly turned around and cast Sound of Silence at the tree in the 12 o'clock direction, according to Song Chuanxi's guidance. Sound of Silence followed by Ice Roar. In the distance, the 3 tear spirits who had been sobbing all this time instantly stopped crying. Xia Yan had long been dissatisfied with the mist that was flying around Jiang Zhao's head. She swung the giant sword in her hand upwards as well, just like Jiang Shao. A flame arc was thrown out, and the scorching flame arc not only burned the tear spirit's body, but also caused damage to the star power. The tear spirit burst into tears and hurriedly flew into the sky. At the next moment, Song Chuanxi's voice was accompanied by the spinning double blades of black flames that blasted the tear spirit's body. It was not a simple yell, but a scream that contained the star technique roar, which made everyone's hearts skip a beat. The double-edged black flames was not just a simple black flame weapon either. Instead, it was imbued with the black scorpion star technique that would continuously burn the vitality and star power of the target. Even in this heavy rain, the scarlet flame arc flame and the black flame weapon's flame were burning fiercely. Terror Ghost! Behind me, it broke into the range of silence for the sake of the star bead. Song Chuanxi suddenly yelled. Han Jiangxue became even more energetic as she threw ice roars at the foggy area one after another. Her vision was not good, but she was able to identify the direction. Jiang Shao led everyone and stepped on the halo of nostalgia. He deliberately adjusted the rotation speed of the time scale in Dawn and tried to make the effect of nostalgia more normal. He then threw out Sound of Silence. The domain of silence lasted for 10 seconds, but Jiang Zhao's domain of silence was different. It could crush someone to death. Even if it didn't kill the tears ghost, it would still stagger and have difficulty moving. Just like that, the two of them worked together to control and attack. Under Song Chuanxi's guidance, they won the battle without even seeing the enemy. On the other hand, Song Chuanxi and Xia Yan displayed their respective abilities and continuously threw out flame arcs and black flame weapons that burned and bombarded the flying monsters in the sky. Move forward! Han Jiangxue ordered everyone to move forward quickly, leaving Yan Xiaomu behind. The little burning man appeared in this world, but it quickly shrank into a ball. It never expected that its master would summon it in a torrential downpour. The most terrifying thing was that the rain was poisonous. The little burning man was initially rather happy and wanted to make a stunning appearance by shooting flames into the sky, but the rain, for some reason, Yan Xiaomu suddenly felt like crying. Unfortunately, it has no eyes. With the continuous impact of the downpour, Yan Xiaomu's figure gradually dissipated. Just as it was about to be extinguished, a bolt of lightning darted over. It struck its body and turned it into ashes. The chain of lightning searched for a path on its own and instantly found the tear spirit in the sky. Most of the mist had already dispersed, leaving only a small cluster of mist that seemed to have condensed into its original form. However, the tear spirit was completely shattered by the lightning. The downpour stopped instantly, and a star bead fell to the ground with the last raindrop. However, the chain of lightning was relentless and instead, it turned around and charged towards the 4 people who were moving forward rapidly. Although it seemed like a process, in fact, the speed of lightning was too fast for humans to react to. Long before Han Jiangxue threw the chain of lightning, there were already a lot of little burning men on the ground. The chain of lightning immediately turned around and shuttled through the crowd before disappearing without a trace. There were only 2 little burning men left in the field. Their short lives were really thrilling. They were lucky to not be hit by the chain of lightning, which disappeared with their companions. Fortunately, they were not drenched and extinguished by the downpour. The downpour disappeared with the tear spirit. The two little burning men shivered in the damp and cold environment, but they seemed to have received some orders. They stepped on the wet ground reluctantly and ran towards the star bead that the tear spirit had dropped. In front of them, there was a vortex formed by frozen soil and crushed ice. The four of them stopped and found the star beads that were scattered everywhere. They also saw the torn skin of the tear spirit. Humans died for wealth, and birds died for food. If the tear spirit hadn't been greedy and wanted to eat the star bead first, it wouldn't have plunged into Jiang Zhao's domain of silence. Now that it had entered, its life would be on the line. Xiaopi, Song Chuanxi called out softly and threw the star bead that she had picked up to him. After Belle's calming effect and deafening roar, everyone had already returned to their normal state. Jiang Shao hurriedly reached out to catch it, and the relevant information appeared in the internal star map. Tear Spirit Star Bead Gold Quality. Star Technique. 1. Tear Cleansing. Has developed tear glands and can summon the rain of star power. Within the range of the rain of star power, all negative states will be purified. Silver Quality Upgradable. 2. Sorrowful Tears. Has developed tear glands and can summon the rain of star power. Within a certain range, it will burn the vitality of the target and make the target depressed. Gold Quality Upgradable. 3. Field Tears. Has developed tear glands and can consume a large amount of star power to summon the rain of star power. Within a certain range, it will create a tear domain. Gold Quality Upgradable. Do you want to absorb it together? It was slightly different from the star technique introduction given by Qin Wanchuan, but that didn't affect Jiang Zhao's good mood. You're finally here. Fortunately, I didn't give up. With this experience, he knew that if he were to encounter the tear spirit again in the future, he would never attack it directly. He would just let it play there. Soon, other tear spirits would probably rush over to play. Of course, it would also attract other hunters. That was inevitable. The mist of the tear spirit star bead doesn't flow. This star bead with mist flowing upwards from the middle should belong to the tear spirit, Song Chuanxi said while tossing another star bead to Xia Yan. Having the star technique of perception was great because it allowed her to receive more information from the surrounding environment than others. Xia Yan grabbed the star bead and opened her mouth, wanting to say something but hesitating. She had already wasted 5 tears ghoul star beads, but her 3 teammates had never complained about it. Instead, they had been encouraging her. Now that Jiang Shao had the tear spirit star bead, he could be considered to have gained something. However, Han Jiangxue and Song Chuanxi, regardless of what Xia Yan was thinking, Jiang Shao had already absorbed the tear spirit star bead. The white star bead shattered in his hand and bits of light flowed into Jiang Zhao's body. Song Chuanxi continued to rummage around for the scattered star beads. Due to the fact that Han Jiangshue's ice roar was too terrifying and powerful, the remaining 2 star beads had flown off to somewhere unknown. Hence, he reckoned that he would have to search for them for a while. Done. Jiang Shao had finally absorbed the 3 star techniques that he had been dreaming of, but he couldn't reveal them. Jiang Shao wanted to upgrade those star techniques. If he were to say that he had absorbed the star techniques, why would he still need to absorb such star beads in the future? Hence, before the star techniques were upgraded, he definitely couldn't reveal that he had already absorbed the star technique. 3 more star techniques were added in his internal star map. 1 silver and 2 gold coins. Great. I'm clearly feeling great, but I have to act like I'm disappointed. It's time for me to act like a drama queen. Jiang Shao slowly squatted on the ground, held his forehead with one hand and sighed heavily. However, Han Jiangxue was stunned to see such a scene. She knew that her brother had a 100% success rate in absorbing any star technique. Besides, the number of star techniques in the star bead corresponded to the number of star techniques he would be able to absorb. What's going on? Did Xiaopi fail? Han Jiangxue scurried over and was just about to comfort Jiang Shao when she felt raindrops dripping down. This kid lied to me? Han Jiangshu sulked and couldn't help but kick Jiang Zhao's butt. Did you succeed? Jiang Zhao was dumbfounded. Success is inevitable, but I can't tell others. Jiang Zhao also felt the raindrops landing on his hands, which were damp and cold. Jiang Zhao frantically stood up with his sword and asked, "Is there an enemy attack?" Han Jiangshu also realized that the raindrops were not caused by Jiang Zhao. She frantically looked at Song Chuanxi, only to discover that Song Chuanxi was staring at Xia Yan while holding the star bead in his hand. Xia Yan, who was standing proudly while leaning on her sword, was looking up at the sky with tears welling up in her eyes. Gradually, the rain became heavier and the area became wider. In the end, everyone's field of vision was almost completely covered by the heavy rain. "Xiaopi, the star bead is under the broken tree on your left," Xia Yan murmured softly. She reached out and grabbed the handle of the sword, after which her tall and slender body slowly floated off the ground and soared into the sky. "Wow!" Jiang Zhao exclaimed in amazement. The scene was so cool. Did Xia Yan absorb the Tier Realm star technique in the Tier Ghoul star bead? Jiang Zhao was not envious, because he could do it too. Jiang Zhao had also absorbed the Tier Realm star technique in the Tier Spirit star bead. However, he couldn't expose it before he collected more Tier Spirit star bead. The heavy rain gradually obstructed everyone's vision. Xia Yan held the giant sword in her hand and stood in the sky, seemingly sensing something. Her eyes were filled with tears that had already been mixed with the cold rainwater. Jiang Zhao secretly activated his Tier Realm with the help of Xia Yan's rain. All of a sudden, he felt a lump in his throat. Since he was already drenched by the rain, he managed to hide his tears well. At this moment, Jiang Zhao sensed the information coming from all directions. In the heavy rain, he could sense everything in the world without even opening his eyes. He could sense every inch of soil that had been dripped by the rain and every person that had been drenched by the rain. He could sense the rhythm of the grass and trees, the breathing and heartbeats of the people. Jiang Zhao strode towards the direction that Xia Yan had pointed out, turned over the broken wood, and picked up a dirty star bead. Jiang Zhao washed the star bead in the heavy rain and looked up. At some point in time, Xia Yan was standing high in the rain and looking down at him. In the eyes of outsiders, it was just a heavy rain. However, to Jiang Zhao and Xia Yan, it was just two heavy rains that fell in the same area. Clearly, she had already found out about Jiang Zhao's actions. Jiang Zhao wiped his wet eyes and looked at Xia Yan, who was high up in the air, feeling extremely emotional. "She's so cool? Well, she's not as good as me though. If you continue to provoke me like this, I'm going to fly too." Of course, that was just a joke. Jiang Zhao hurriedly put away the Tier Realm star technique. Jiang Zhao shook his head imperceptibly. Such a slight movement, especially in the pouring rain, was almost impossible to be discovered. However, Jiang Zhao knew that Xia Yan could receive the message that he was transmitting to her. Their senses were exactly the same in the rain. Jiang Zhao absorbed the Tier Spirit star bead in his hand again. Then, he looked at the star map internally. The Tier Cleansing Star, which was originally Silver Quality Level 1, became Gold Quality Level 0. The Wound Terror and Tier Realm, which were originally Gold Quality Level 1, also became Level 2. Their senses were still the same. Perhaps things would be different after a while. Chapter 487. Squeakia, the two little burning men squealed and scampered over. They had always been within the range of Xia Yan's domain tiers, and although the star power rain of the domain tier's star technique did not cause any harm to them, the two little burning men were still constantly shrinking. It seemed that they still followed the fundamental principle of this world. Fire and water were incompatible. The little burning men's bodies became smaller and smaller, and they gradually shrank from 45 centimeters to 30 centimeters. By the time they reached Jiang Zhao, they had already shrunk to 7 or 8 centimeters. Initially, one of the little burning men was holding the star bead, but now, two of them were carrying it together. Squeak! The two little burning men squealed strangely before their bodies were completely extinguished by the heavy rain, leaving only a star bead on the ground. Jiang Shao did not shelter them from the rain because he was carefully observing the internal star map in a bid to find some changes in the introduction. Just now, he had upgraded the silver quality tier star technique to gold quality, but the introduction of the star technique didn't seem to have changed at all. Not a single word changed. Jiang Shao exited the internal star map. He knew that although the content of the introduction remained the same, the actual effect must have been improved. He wiped away the rainwater, squatted down, and picked up the star bead that the little burning men risked their lives to give him. He then took a deep breath and absorbed another tier spirit star bead. Tears cleansing gold quality, LV0 LV1, sorrowful tears, realm tears gold quality level 2, level 3. Jiang Shao closed his eyes and felt it for a while, only to let out a deep sigh. In the rain, Xia Yan, who was pretending to be a deity, lowered her head and looked at Jiang Shao with a slight frown. Slowly, her slender figure descended and gently stepped on the soil beside Jiang Shao. The heavy rain gradually disappeared too. Xia Yan bent down and pressed her hand on Jiang Zhao's shoulder. Xiaopi Yu, Han Jiangxue, who was beside him, had already completely figured out the situation. Being intelligent, it wasn't difficult for her to figure it out. Han Jiangxue interrupted Xia Yan and said softly, "Every star technique is not that easy to absorb. Don't be sad or blame yourself. Just do it in one go." Han Jiangxue then turned to look at Song Chuanxi. She still had the last tier spirit star bead in her hand. Without any hesitation, Song Chuanxi tossed the star bead to Han Jiangxue, who squatted down and stuffed the star bead into his hand. She said, "There will always be a time of success." Xia Yan absorbed 6 tier ghoul star beads before she managed to acquire the tier realm star technique, didn't she? Okay. Jiang Shao nodded. Xia Yan, who was beside her, stood up and turned to look at Song Chuanxi. "Thank you, big sister Chuanxi." Song Chuanxi wiped her wet face and said with a gentle and sweet smile, "Why are you thanking me? It's what I should do." Han Jiangxue squatted beside Jiang Shao and looked at him quietly. However, she murmured softly, "There's nothing in this world that should be done." Although his voice was soft, someone as sharp as Song Chuanxi could hear him clearly. However, Song Chuanxi did not agree with Han Jiangxue's words. She said, "We're teammates who have gone through thick and thin together. In the future, we'll be comrades in the Wasteland Reclaimers. It's only right for us to support our companions." Hearing this, Han Jiangxue did not respond. Han Jiangxue and Song Chuanxi were people with completely different personalities. Their experiences, styles, and perspectives of the world were different too. Xia Yan just hoped that the two of them would not have any conflict. There was nothing wrong with arguing and discussing, but if there were conflicts, it would be disadvantageous to the entire team. One was the captain while the other was the commander. If the two of them were to get along, the team would be doomed. Xia Yan felt her vision blur and the two of them teleported in front of her. Qin Wangchuan asked with a smile of admiration, "How do you feel?" There was finally a smile on Xia Yan's face too, and the gloominess in the past was gone. She said, "This domain-type star technique is really domineering. Every drop of rain seems to be me, and I can access all the information in the rain. If we fight, it'll be awesome." Qin Wangchuan smiled and patted Xia Yan's shoulder. "Let's test your flying speed and your agility in the rain. Train well and you'll become an outstanding wasteland reclaimer in the future. I'm looking forward to your future achievements." Xia Yan was a little embarrassed after being praised. She scratched her head with one hand and reckoned that she had probably learned it from Jiang Shao. Qin Wangchuan continued, "In this world, there are many melee awakened who have excellent commanding abilities. Due to the fact that they are trapped in a battle, they can't observe the entire battlefield clearly. Hence, they give up their commanding positions to the rules awakened or auxiliary awakened. However, you're different now. Even if you're fighting with others, you can still know the entire battlefield like the back of your hand. You already have the qualifications to be a commander. Xia Yan blinked and thought about it for a while before looking at Han Jiangxue. I'd better be the sword in her hand. It's too troublesome to consider the battle situation. I prefer to deal with the people in front of me. Qin Wangchuan said with a solemn expression. Xia Yan, you're not even 20 years old yet. You're still growing up. You shouldn't limit your future. Xia Yan was obviously stumped and didn't know how to answer. Qin Wangchuan continued to lecture her. You should take on more responsibilities. This is not only for your own growth, but also for the entire team. Xia Yan pursed her lips and said, wouldn't it be a mess if there are 2 commanders in a team? If you want a team to be invincible, you have to have a clear command. Such a team is a true whole. Huh? Qin Wangchuan's eyes widened and he thought, is this girl teaching me a lesson? At the side, the seemingly emotionless instructor Jiang Hong looked at Xia Yan quietly and said, nothing is set in stone. You'll be a soldier in the future and you'll have to obey the orders of your superiors. When your talent, or rather, your ability to be judged by others, reaches a certain level, you'll definitely take on more responsibilities. If the Wasteland Reclaimers ask you to be a sword, you must be a sword. However, if the Wasteland Reclaimers ask you to be a sword, you must be a sword. Han Jiangxue was smart and she could tell what instructor Jiang Hong was implying. When Xia Yan was outstanding enough, she might be asked to lead a team of her own. That sentence was applicable to Xia Yan and all the soldiers. It was her duty to obey orders. Once she was competent, she would have to take on more responsibilities. The team was fixed now, but whether it could be fixed in the future was definitely not up to her personal will. However, Xia Yan really didn't think too much about it. She simply said meekly, Sister Chuanxi is the commander of the World Cup team, and Xiaopi is also the commander of the National League team. Both of them have made way for Han Jiangxue and are willing to be her sword. Qin Wangchuan took a deep breath and calmed himself down before saying, I'm not asking you to seize power or mess up the team. I'm just asking you to consciously train and develop these qualities. Observe and learn more. Watch Han Jiangxue's every move and see what she is. At this point, Qin Wangchuan paused and continued, from now on, Xia Yan, you must activate the Realm Tier Star technique whenever you encounter a battle. Feel everything you can feel and learn everything you can. Xia Yan's expression sank. Activating the Realm Tier Star technique was indeed rather cool. Standing in the rain, she was like an omnipotent god. However, taking the initiative to activate it and being forced to activate it felt completely different. Xia Yan's rebellious mentality was also revealed. However, that thought was extinguished by Qin Wangchuan's stern words. This is an order. Xia Yan waved her hand impatiently and said, Okay, I'll just cry. What are you yelling about? You're so annoying. Qin Wangchuan was dumbfounded. Qin Wangchuan realized that he had met his nemesis. Due to the fact that Qin Wangchuan had been staying in school to teach Zhang Xiao, he hadn't taught Xia Yan much. It was the first time that Qin Wangchuan had brought Xia Yan out to gain experience as a teacher. However, he didn't expect. He was first taught a lesson by Xia Yan and then despised by her. Strictly speaking, Xia Yan was a member of Qin Wangchuan's team. She was a member of Team 1. When she first joined the team, Qin Wangchuan went against the crowd and recruited Xia Yan and Song Chuanxi into the team. In the end, at this moment a sigh was heard. Everyone lowered their heads, only to see Zhang Xiao squatting on the ground with his hands covering his head in a pitiful manner. It's time to perform real skills. Let me, Zhang Xiao, present you with a performance. The birth of an actor. That's not right. Jiang Shao has been born for a long time. Let's call it the birth of an actor. Qin Wangchuan suppressed his emotions and comforted Jiang Shao. There's no need to sigh. The probability of absorbing a star bead has always been like this. Jiang Shao buried his face in the crook of his arm and shook his head gently. It shouldn't be like this. My star map is very compatible with the auxiliary type star technique. It shouldn't be like this. Qin Wangchuan squatted down and grabbed Jiang Zhao's arm with one hand before pulling him up. You still have time and a chance. Instead of feeling sorry for yourself here, why don't you set off immediately? You still have 4 days. Xiaopi, Xia Yan suddenly said. Han Jiangshua's heart tensed up, fearing that Xia Yan would say something nonsense. She flicked her slender fingers and a small tornado immediately appeared beneath Xia Yan's feet, bringing her up by 5 to 6 centimeters. Han Jiangshua said, "He's not in a good state now." Xia Yan was just crazy, but she was not foolish. She landed steadily and said weakly, "I mean, let's eat something. We'll be in a better mood once we're full. Is there instant noodles in Shueshue's Sky Smasher?" Han Jiangshua was dumbfounded. What instant noodles? Why didn't I know about it? Xia Yan chuckled and said, "Before we set off, I threw them in when you asked me to pack up the swords." Jiang Shao suddenly raised his head and asked meekly, "Is there any pickled cabbage?" Xia Yan thought about it and said, 3 braised beef-flavored ones and 3 spicy beef-flavored ones. I like spicy ones. Jiang Shao looked at Han Jiangshua with a look of anticipation. I like spicy ones too. Xia Yan also looked at Han Jiangshua and blinked. Qin Wangchuan's lips twitched awkwardly. The toxic healer who was still in low spirits just now recovered. Chapter 488. 5 out of 10 for the leader of the Knights of the Bloody Battle. 4 days later, in the Forest of Tears, under the heavy rain, Qin Wangchuan and Jiang Hong had sullen expressions as they trailed far behind the team. Far in front of them, there were 4 young people marching quickly, 3 of whom were running on the ground and 1 of whom was flying in the sky. Ever since Xia Yan acquired the star technique, the Tear of the Realm, there had been a qualitative improvement in both her and the team's strength. Now Xia Yan had replaced Song Chuanxi and become everyone's eyes. How large was the range of a rain? There was no unified standard. Only after Xia Yan acquired the Tear of the Realm domain did everyone realize that the Tear of the Realm star techniques of the Tear spirits and ghosts that they usually encountered did not show the greatest effects. As long as they had enough patience and the support of star power, the Tear of the Realm domain would be much larger than the Tear spirits and ghosts. Ever since Xia Yan's Tear of the Realm domain appeared, there had been a huge change in the way the team searched for prey. Now, they were no longer looking for creatures of other dimensions based on the sound of tears. Instead, they constantly changed their route and consciously looked for the Tear spirit. They had to admit that the Tear spirits were really rare in the Forest of Tears. Even with Xia Yan's help, they only managed to hunt 5 Tear spirits in the past 4 days. Moreover, they did not run into them 5 times. They had only run into Tear spirits twice, but due to the Tear spirits' biological characteristics, they liked to play together, so they killed 2 of them one time and 3 the other time. Now, under Xia Yan's guidance, they avoided the Tear spirits that were commonly seen along the way and followed a Tear spirit from afar. The Tear spirits were considered the lowest level creatures in the Forest of Tears and would be hunted by the Tear spirits and Tear spirit. That might also be one of the reasons why there were so few Tear spirit. Pure, fog creatures like the Tear spirits didn't seem to need to eat. They just needed to absorb the fog in the Forest of Tears to provide energy for their bodies. They had to criticize the Tear spirits. They were also fog creatures, so why did they have to hunt for the Tear spirits? There's so much fog in this huge forest. Isn't it enough for you to absorb? Why do you have to snatch the Tear spirit from Shrimpy? Xia Yan was the one who thought that. In fact, the group of 4 wasn't really chasing after Tear spirit. They were waiting for her to find a new partner to play with. At the same time, they protected Tear Spirit from the wind and rain along the way. Whenever they encountered a group of hunters, they would chase them away or kill them. Among the spoils of war, there were already 7 new Tear Demons and 5 Tear Ghoul star beads. Yesterday, Xia Yan absorbed another 5 Tear Ghoul star beads and finally obtained the platinum quality star technique, explosive tears. She had successfully completed her mission. Perhaps it was fate. The Tear Claw star bead did not favor Xia Yan, and she did not insist anymore. She had already made up her mind that she would not absorb the star bead even if she obtained it again. Although the Tear Ghost was a platinum rank monster, it was a lone wolf and a squishy HP. The 4 of them had already found the right way to kill it. In particular, under Xia Yan's perception, they had become hunters instead of prey, which increased the success rate of the hunt. As for the reason why there were so few star beads, it was because everyone had begun to avoid her. They would have to submit the star beads if they were brought out, and no one in the team could absorb them. Hence, there was no use for them. At this moment, Cleansing Tears had already reached gold quality level 7 in Jiang Zhao's internal star map. Tears of Sorrow and Tears of Domain had also reached gold quality level 9. Jiang Zhao was just 1 bead away from seeing the platinum quality Tears of Sorrow and Tears of Domain. The Tear Spirit in front of him would allow him to reach platinum quality. However, Jiang Zhao was not in a hurry. Just like when he caught a cricket when he was young, he didn't have to rush to catch it and bring it home to play. Instead, he had to put it on a high place and wait for it to call its friends and attract new companions. Of course, if it ran away, who would he blame if he didn't keep an eye on it? Star power, Xiaopi, Xia Yan's voice sounded in the sky. Jiang Zhao immediately snapped back to his senses. If Xia Yan ran out of star power, the Tear Spirit might really get lost. Jiang Zhao hurriedly pressed the invisible earphones and said, "Fly down, the fog is too thick." Immediately afterwards, a person slowly flew down from the fog, and Jiang Zhao hurriedly threw the counter-current light out to transfer star power to Xia Yan. In an instant, Jiang Zhao's star power was reduced by half and he shared it with Xia Yan. On the other hand, Jiang Zhao did not put away the counter-current light and instead continued to stay connected to Xia Yan. It could be considered as continuing to sponsor Xia Yan's Tear Star technique. Due to the fact that there were outsiders around, Jiang Zhao could not contact Han Jiangshu. Otherwise, it would save him a lot of trouble. Of course, if there were no outsiders around, Jiang Zhao would have tried to inject the Tear Spirit star bead of platinum quality, which would have saved him a lot of trouble. It found its companions! Xia Yan suddenly exclaimed. Okay! Han Jiangshu exclaimed with glistening eyes. Pay attention to your distance and don't alarm them. Let them continue to attract other Tear Spirit. Xia Yan's voice sounded in the invisible earphones. The Tear Spirit that we're chasing is the one that was attracted. It found 3 companions and Song Chuanxi asked, "What's wrong with them? Maybe they're playing hide and seek." "They're all hiding in the leaves and behind the branches," Xia Yan said with uncertainty. "They're so cute, I really want to pinch their cheeks." Jiang Zhao said quietly, "Under normal circumstances, you won't be able to pinch their cheeks. They're foggy balls and will only condense their main bodies when they're attacked and seriously injured. That's how you can touch them." Xia Yan thought about it and said, "I'll beat them up and then pinch their cheeks. Is that even human?" Jiang Zhao barked fiercely, "Husky, you're great. You have to know that we can't be killed. We can't be humiliated. Let's just kill them with one slash." Song Chuanxi was speechless. These 2 don't seem to be speaking the human language. However, Han Jiangshue's roar of ice was much more brutal than their words. 10 minutes later, Xia Yan held 3 Tear Spirit star beads while Song Chuanxi walked back with 1 Tear Spirit star bead. The 2 of them handed the star beads to Jiang Zhao one after another. Xia Yan knew what was going on, so she didn't say anything. Song Chuanxi, on the other hand, said encouragingly, "Come on, Xiaopi. Calm down and believe in yourself. Okay, Jiang Shao bit the bullet and said, feeling a little guilty. I'm sorry for deceiving such a nice girl. I'll definitely make it up to you in the future and bless you. Under Song Chuanxi's caring gaze, Jiang Shao began to absorb the tear spirit star bead. 1 star bead, no reaction. 2 star beads, no reaction. 3 star beads behind him. Qin Wangchuan and instructor Jiang Hong flashed over and saw the few star beads in Jiang Zhao's hand. Qin Wangchuan took a deep breath and organized his words before saying, Xiaopi, if you still can't absorb it this time, there's no other way. We have to return. Orders must be obeyed. It's already the 7th day. Although I also hope that you can improve your abilities, the team can't go against the orders of the higher-ups just because of you. Qin Wangchuan looked at the penultimate star bead in Jiang Zhao's hand and said, although you're very compatible with support-type star techniques, there are too many rules in this world, and the star beads of each creature are too unique. The star power world is a magical world in the first place. Maybe this creature doesn't match your star map. We can try the rock pillar spirit star bead. Jiang Shao suddenly yelled, damn it! Qin Wangchuan was dumbfounded. Han Jiangshi pressed her hand on Jiang Zhao's head and said, speak properly. Jiang Shao was drenched in the rain and his hat was covered in rainwater. As soon as Han Jiangshi pressed on his hat, it sprayed water all over the people around him like a sprinkler. Qin Wangchuan wiped the rainwater off his face and asked, what's the matter? Have you absorbed it? Xia Yan knew what the exact situation was and she turned to look out of the fog with an unnatural expression. Han Jiangshi stared at Jiang Shao coldly and asked, did you succeed? She probably didn't mean that he had absorbed it, but rather, whether the quality of the star bead had been upgraded. Song Chuanxi was the only one who behaved normally. Her beautiful eyes were glistening and she was overjoyed. Did you succeed, Xiaopi? Which star technique? Jiang Shao looked at everyone and said meekly, I think it's two star techniques. I knew it. Your star map is especially compatible with the support-type star technique. Qin Wangchuan patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder with a look of joy. Jiang Shao was speechless. It was as if they were celebrating Jiang Zhao's victory in the competition. In the eyes of most people, the information given by Jiang Shao was indeed more important than winning the competition. Qin Wangchuan frantically asked, which two? It's 3 cleansing tears, sorrowful tears, domain tears, 3 platinum techniques. Chapter 489. However, the introduction in the internal star map didn't seem to have changed at all. Jiang Shao closed his eyes and felt it for a while before saying, it seems to be cleansing tears and sorrowful tears. Hearing this, Qin Wangchuan asked in disappointment, there's no field tear domain? Although it's 2 star techniques in 1 star. I didn't absorb the most powerful one? Qin Wangchuan hurriedly adjusted his state and said, it's great, it's great. Song Chuanxi clenched his fists and said, that's great. 2 star techniques in 1 star. Jiang Hong, who had always been calm and composed, seemed to be emotionless. He simply waved his hand silently, and a white flame appeared on Jiang Zhao's body. Qin Wangchuan hurriedly retreated, and looked at instructor Jiang Hong. Jiang Shao also understood what the instructor meant. He activated his star technique, and felt a little sour in his nose. There was a layer of mist in his eyes and raindrops dripped down. However, the white flame on Jiang Zhao's body was interfering with the circulation of his star power and cutting off his star power. Hence, the heavy rain that was supposed to be continuous turned into a layer of rainwater that slammed down. Jiang Shao was clearly trying his best to cast his star technique, so another layer of rainwater appeared. The 2 layers of rainwater were not heavy and were rather sparse and intermittent. However, the white flame had already been extinguished by the first layer of rainwater. The flame actually only managed to intercept Jiang Shao once. The effect of cleansing tears was actually that amazing. There was no need for the second layer of rainwater at all. Jiang Shao had already succeeded. Platinum tear cleansing seemed to be able to purify everything as long as it was activated. Jiang Shao didn't need to maintain the heavy rain at all. He only needed to activate it once and let a layer of rainwater fall to clear the negative effects within the range of the rainwater. It seemed that the flame had been extinguished by the rainwater. However, that was not the case. The white flames represented the negative effects, and any negative effects that were added to Jiang Zhao's body should be washed away by the rain. Instructor Jiang Hong finally nodded and said, "Use sorrowful tears and see the effect." Jiang Shao raised his head slightly and looked at the misty sky. Cleansing tears only made his eyes tear up, but sorrowful tears made hot tears flow out of his eyes. All of a sudden, the heavy rain began to fall. The moment the dense rain of star power landed on everyone's bodies, everyone's breathing became sluggish and they found it difficult to breathe. The acid rain of star power soaked through their clothes, burned their skin, and continued to burn their life force. 1 or 2 seconds were fine, but after a long time, the pain and the loss of life made them miserable. What was more terrifying was that compared to the physical pain, the mental torture was even more terrifying. Heh! Heh! Instructor Jiang Hong, who had always been calm, panted heavily. His body flashed, and he quickly disappeared from the spot. It seemed that even a clay figurine has some emotions. Qin Wangchuan reached out to grab Jiang Hong. He wanted him to take him away, but he was too late. Qin Wangchuan hurriedly walked out, but he realized that the scope of the rain seemed to be very large. He couldn't see the end of it at a glance. At least within his field of vision, everything was covered by the heavy rain. Han Jiangshu lowered her head and covered her eyes with one hand while her body trembled slightly. Xia Yan, who was at the side, had already burst into tears. She had used the realm tear star technique countless times, and every time she did so, she would cry. However, she never cried out loud at all. It was just a star technique, not a mood. Xia Yan could control her emotions well, but under the rain of star power summoned by Jiang Shao, she could no longer control her emotions and actually showed signs of breaking down. Sob, sob, sob. I miss home so much. I really want to eat fried pork with double-cooked rice. Xia Yan sobbed softly. She saw Han Jiangshu lowering her head in the rain and stepped forward to pounce into her arms. Xiao Xiaopi. Song Chuanxi leaned against the tree and covered her face with her hands. She choked up and said, "Stop, stop. Sister Chuanxi, please stop." Jiang Shao stopped using the star technique tear star technique. In fact, just like everyone else, he was suffering from both physical and emotional blows. Platinum tears of sorrow burned more HP per second than golden tears of sorrow, and it burned faster. The most fatal thing was that it could hit the target's emotions better. Xia Yan had once been baptized by the gold quality tears of sorrow. She was very sad and upset, but she wanted to take revenge. Now that she had suffered the platinum quality tears of sorrow, she really cried out loud. Her sad emotions did not cause her to retaliate and take revenge. Instead, they brought her back to her hometown. What did she just say? Fried pork with double-cooked rice? Under Jiang Zhao's tears of sorrow, she was led to be depressed because of homesickness. Everyone reacted differently to the star technique, but it was certain that Song Chuanxi was not crying because she was homesick. Song Chuanxi covered her face with her hands and leaned against the tree. She slowly slid to the ground, causing a puddle of mud to splash out. Finally, she buried her head in her arms and remained silent. No one knew what she was thinking about. Among the few people present, apart from Instructor Jiang Hong, who felt that something was amiss and quickly fled, everyone else was calm and composed. Han Jiangshu and Qin Wangchuan were both strong and calm enough. She hugged Xia Yan and continuously rubbed her back while comforting her silently. She didn't show any signs of breaking down. On the other hand, Qin Wangchuan was smiling. He was smiling bitterly, helplessly, and even with tears in his eyes. However, the heavy rain made it hard to tell what the wet marks on his face were. Hurting the enemy came at a great cost. No one was spared from the tears of sorrow, including the user, Jiang Shao. He had summoned the Rain of Star Power, but the Rain of Star Power was just like an ingrate that burned his body and lowered his emotions. Jiang Shao was also in a bad mood, and he quickly fell to the bottom of the valley. The painful memories were brought back again. That was a magical star technique. Under normal circumstances, one would only feel depressed after thinking of the sad memories. The star technique was used to make one feel depressed, and one would then come up with a suitable past based on the depressed emotions. To Jiang Shao, it was because he had died dozens of times in the snowfield. As the rain continued, his disappointment gradually turned into dissatisfaction and resentment for the past few years. The emotions and opinions that should not have appeared just popped up without any warning. Struggle, and it was accompanied by success. The journey in the past few years should have been a perfect result that should have made Jiang Shao feel gratified and proud of himself. Now, Jiang Shao just felt very tired. He was really tired. Having a blissful New Year's Eve had become the most luxurious and precious memory. Life. Is this really how it should be? In the northwest of China, at the foot of the Night Disaster Mountain, a giant sword that was shining with a sharp and cold light was pointed at Ninetail's throat. Ninetails, who was wearing a mask, had countless ways to resolve the opponent's attack, but he suddenly slowed down. Second Last frowned and asked in a hoarse voice with a stern expression, "What's wrong with you?" Ninetails slowly inserted the giant sword into the ground and pressed one hand on the tip of the blade in front of his neck, before gently moving it away. Second Last followed his force and moved the giant sword away. She looked at him in bewilderment and stepped forward. She thought that it would be a new training method, and that he would take her by surprise and attack. However, she didn't expect Ninetails to walk towards her, stretch out his arms, and hug her tightly. Second Last was stunned and at a loss for what to do. The two of them did not hug often and had only hugged twice in the past. Each time, it was at his home in Jiangbin City, at the entrance of his house, and every single time, he would return with success after experiencing countless difficulties. During the only two hugs, Second Last never pushed him away because she felt that he deserved such a warm hug. She either comforted or encouraged him. Naturally, Second Last thought that his main body should have gone to a particularly dangerous dimensional space with the Wasteland Reclaimers for training and had a close shave with death before coming out alive. However, this time, it was different from the previous two times. His body language was different, and his arms were wrapped tightly around her. So, did this special training move you more than the endless deaths in the snowfield? Second Last gently rubbed Ninetail's head with one hand, but she didn't ask any more questions. Instead, she said, "It's good that you're fine." The person in her arms did not react at all and remained unusually silent. Second Last could sense his surging emotions from the way he was hugging her tightly. She said softly, "Rest for half an hour." The two apprentices sat on the edge of the cliff and looked at the different scenery. Fei Shui quietly sized up the person beside him. On the other hand, Enai was hugging the orange cat and staring at the two light chasers in the wilderness. She said softly, "Do you think Xiao Jiu and Master are a pair of lovers?" Fei Shui snapped back to his senses and looked at the wilderness below, but all he could see was darkness. He asked curiously, "Why do you say that?" Enai whispered, "They're hugging." Fei Shui was speechless. In the wilderness, Ninetails finally let go of his arms and took a few steps back. He then turned around to look at the giant sword that was stuck in the ground and pulled it out forcefully. Then, he strode forward, turned around, and walked towards the depths of the pitch-black wilderness. He had no purpose or goal. He just needed some time to calm down and sort out his emotions. Second Last opened her mouth but didn't say anything. She held the sword in her hand and stared at his back before following him silently. She followed suit. I recommend a good light novel, I Really Live Forever. It tells the story of an immortal who lives actively in modern society under the guidance of the core values of socialism. This paragraph is free. Chapter 490. Jiang Shao had finally upgraded the cleansing tears, sorrowful tears, and field tears to platinum quality. He didn't have the time to experiment with the upgraded versions of the platinum field tears domain yet. Hence, the team of 4 set off for Earth under Qin Wanchuan's urging. Jiang Shao did not think that this would be his last trip to the Rain of Tears forest. He was still young and had a long life ahead of him. He would just have to wait and see. After Jiang Shao no longer needed the Tear Spirit Star Bead, Han Jiangxue could finally try to absorb it. In a sense, Han Jiangxue was really a helper. Even though she was very fond of the Tear Realm domain, she still waited until Jiang Shao no longer needed the Tear Spirit Star Bead before trying to absorb the star techniques in it. Of course, cleansing tears was also rather domineering. Apart from the second star technique, sorrowful tears, Han Jiangxue could accept everything else. Unfortunately, Han Jiangxue did not manage to absorb any star techniques from the Tear Spirit Star Bead. On the way back, they encountered 2 more Tear Ghouls and many other Tear Demons. Apart from Tear Claw, Han Jiangxue could accept Tear Field and Burst Tear Bead. Due to the fact that their star maps were compatible, it was difficult for Tear Claw to appear on Han Jiangxue's star map. Hence, Han Jiangxue also tried to absorb 2 Tear Ghoul star beads. The result still made people sigh. When everyone returned to Earth, Han Jiangxue did not add any star techniques to her star map. Just like Xia Yan, she also used 15 star slot. However, since Han Jiangxue had 2 star techniques in 1 star slot, she had 1 more star technique than Xia Yan. Now, both of them still had a chance to increase their star slots by 1. On a personal level, Han Jiangxue still lacked a lot. However, Han Jiangxue was a Wasteland Reclaimer apprentice, and would definitely join the Wasteland Reclaimers in the future to advance and retreat together with her comrade. All along, Han Jiangxue had been a strong team player, just like most star warriors in this world. When she was in a team, Han Jiangxue did not need any auxiliary star techniques, such as perception, purification, or adding negative effects to the opponents. Everyone had a limited number of star slots, and every profession had different functions. Not everyone could become an all-rounder like Jiang Shao. Even the so-called independent system of the strong players in the World Cup was only a defective system. What did it mean to form an independent system? For the combat awakened and the rules awakened, they would be lucky to have the purification star technique. Which warrior would have a medical star technique? That is almost impossible. Almost no one could break the rules of the mystical star map. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few medical awakened star warriors. From the perspective of the team, be it Han Jiangxue or Xia Yan, it was the right choice for them to learn the output of various attributes and forms of output from the limited star slots available. At present, Han Jiangxue's combat system had already been established. Her main combat system was ice and lightning, while her secondary fire was fire. He was slightly involved in the wind, space, and summoning star techniques, and he also had the platinum heart of nature. Those star techniques did not take up too many star slots, but they made up for his shortcomings in defense and control. Jiang Shao had some special thoughts about Han Jiangxue's last star slot. He would either try to increase the number of auxiliary star techniques or absorb a supplementary star pet. It would be best if it was a tank with high defense and health, or a star pet that could purify and defend. In short, Han Jiangxue's current output was already sufficient. She had ice in her left hand and a flashlight in her right. Even the gods wouldn't be able to withstand her attack. As for Xia Yan, she didn't have to consider star pets because she really lacked a star technique that could summon weapons. With the Blade of Death, she could quickly shuttle through the battlefield. Not only could she attack the enemy, but she could also escape from the battlefield. Xia Yan, who lacked weapons, rarely used that star technique. Instructor Jiang Hong then explained the star technique, Blade of Death, to Xia Yan in detail. The facts proved that Instructor Jiang Hong was right. In order to activate the star technique, the weapons in her hands had to be of a certain scale. What did it mean to be of a certain scale? Neither the cloth strips, embroidery needles, or darts would work. Xia Yan then found a pair of boxing gloves and brass knuckles, but such weapons wouldn't be able to carry her. When the scale of the weapons increased to the level of daggers, Xia Yan's Blade of Death could be activated, albeit barely. Hence, Xia Yan could try to bring some daggers with her if she wanted to escape from the battlefield. Xia Yan wasn't a person who liked to use hidden weapons. She wasn't interested in small weapons. She already had a star technique like Shadow Blade, which was enough to be used as a flying dagger. Unfortunately, the brass quality star technique wouldn't be able to carry the Blade of Death at all. That made Xia Yan feel troubled. Her star map was a two-handed sword, and one day she would be able to turn it into a weapon. Xia Yan believed that her two-handed sword would be able to carry her, but when would that day come? Hence, at this moment, Xia Yan was looking for a weapon-type star technique. In fact, Xia Yan was secretly rejoicing. When she found out that the glove couldn't take her to the ends of the world, she was somewhat glad that she didn't absorb the tear claw star technique. What if that star technique couldn't take her flying too? However, the gold-quality tear claw star technique should be enough. Of course, no one knew the final effect. The journey to the Forest of Tears made Jiang Shao understand two things. Firstly, hot baths are really comfortable. Secondly, spicy beef noodles are really delicious. On the 18th of March, 3 days after the crackdown, Jiang Shao and the others returned to the capital. 3 days ago, the students who went out returned one after another. The school gave the children a 3-day break, and Jiang Shao came back just in time. Fortunately, Jiang Shao wouldn't miss any classes. Unfortunately, Jiang Shao discovered that he wouldn't miss any classes at all. I just came back today and I'm going to have to go back to class tomorrow? The second half of the semester in Year 1 was also filled with cultural classes. This time, Jiang Shao didn't choose any elective classes. Hence, he wouldn't have any classes after 3 p.m. on Tuesdays and Fridays. Hence, he could take a break. He could tell that Renshu and Han Xian had suffered a lot in the Black Rock Mountain. The two used to be cheerful, but now they seemed to be suffering and were reticent, just like Instructor Jiang Hong Gushi, and hadn't returned yet, so he reckoned that he probably hadn't broken through to the Galaxy Realm yet. When it was time for class, Jiang Shao finally felt the pain in their hearts. The students in the same class as Jiang Shao were all from the same cohort. In other words, they were all students who had just returned from training in the Black Rock Mountain 3 days ago. They were all extremely quiet, and the classroom that was supposed to be noisy was terrifyingly quiet. The teacher in charge of the class was overjoyed. Look, is the Capital Star Warriors doing human affairs? What kind of harm had he done to these healthy and growing children? All of them seemed to be daydreaming, and they didn't even seem to have the energy to play mobile phones and games anymore. Jiang Shao reckoned that they were probably reminiscing about the hardships they had suffered in the Black Rock Mountain. Jiang Shao reckoned that many of the elites should be regretting not going to Shanghai Star Warriors. What was more interesting was that the first week of cultural classes were mainly about psychology. It was worth mentioning that an important notice was issued by the school that week. It had nothing to do with most of the students, but to Jiang Shao, it was very important news. The selection activities for the World Cup single-player competition would officially begin on April 1st. Unlike the World Cup team competition, Capital Star Warriors would recommend 3 teams to participate in the National University Student Competition of China in order to qualify for the national team. In Capital Star Warriors, only 3 teams were recognized by the school's management and could sign up for the competition. Hence, there would not be any competition between the three teams. That reflected the importance that the school's management attached to the team competition. However, the World Cup single-player competition was different. The school was also qualified to recommend 3 students, but there were a total of 12 people who signed up for the competition. In other words, there were 12 people who were recommended by 3 or more practical teachers. The 12 participating students could be considered a lot, but it could also be considered a small number. On the surface, it was a choice of 1 out of 4. After all, the school could recommend 3, but in fact, it was a choice of 1 out of 11. In Capital Star Warriors, there were 2 students who were considered guaranteed. One of them was Ho Mingming, a female, melee fighter and archery master. The other was Zhao Wenlong, a male, melee fighter and freehand combat master. The man and the woman had long become the face of the school in the field of one-on-one duels. Neither of them was bragging. They had fought their way through the competition and relied on their abilities. Almost all the Year 3 and Year 4 students of Capital Star Warriors University recognized their abilities, including the students who participated in the World Cup team competition. They were also full of admiration for them. The 2 of them did not just receive the recognition of the practical teachers. Like the 3 teams that participated in the World Cup team competition, they also received the recognition of the school's management. Hence, it was certain that they would participate in the competition. In fact, most people, including the teachers, were looking forward to a one-on-one duel between Ho Mingming and Zhao Wenlong. Unfortunately, the 2 of them did not have any battles, not even sparring. Ho Mingming was at the top of the leaderboard of the students of Capital Star Warriors University, while Zhao Wenlong was ranked 2nd. Logically speaking, Zhao Wenlong wouldn't give up just like that. Many people had asked Zhao Wenlong about the situation, but he had always remained silent. Subsequently, there was gossip in the school that Zhao Wenlong liked Ho Mingming. What was more interesting was that Ho Mingming had revealed that she had a boyfriend who was not in school 6 months ago. Everyone thought that there would be a big show, but Zhao Wenlong did not do anything. However, the onlookers had a hard time waiting. The ratio of 1 out of 11 was acceptable. To Jiang Zhao's slight astonishment, only 12 people in the entire school received the recommendation from the 3 practical teachers. The recommendation letter was not a simple letter. It concerned the teachers' pride, foresight, and glory as Star Warriors. Hence, only 12 people in the huge school were qualified. Jiang Xiao believed that there were definitely more than 12 students who tried to get the recommendation letter, excluding those who were reclusive experts, those who were unwilling to participate, and those who were self-aware. After hearing this news, Jiang Xiao cherished the 3 recommendation letters even more. He knew that he couldn't embarrass the 3 teachers, especially Principal Yang, who had given Jiang Xiao the recommendation letter almost on account of teacher Fang Xingyun. Principal Yang's foresight and pride were almost all built on his trust in teacher Fang Xingyun. Of course, Principal Yang also acknowledged Fang Xingyun. After all, she was very capable and had not recommended anyone in 12 years. Since she suddenly wrote such a recommendation letter and gave such a high evaluation, Principal Yang was willing to go along with the flow and see how capable the students she recommended were. If Jiang Xiao did not perform well in school, he would definitely not be the only one who would be embarrassed. The teachers he recommended would be the most controversial. When one stood on the battlefield of the school selection, the recommended teachers would be clearly listed for everyone to know. If one were to be eliminated as soon as they went up, it would be equivalent to a public execution. Jiang Xiao, who had already formed his own system, knew that he was qualified. Besides, Jiang Xiao liked public executions, but he definitely wouldn't commit suicide. He was willing to execute others. So, well, Jiang Xiao planned to kill all of his seniors. Chapter 491. 6 out of 10 for the leader of the Knights of the Bloodbath. April 1, 2017, Saturday, April Fool's Day. Capital Star Warriors University used their actions to show that they were not going to celebrate April Fool's Day. The World Cup individual competition would be held in the stadium of Capital Star Warriors University at 8 a.m. Which contestant would think that it was a joke? Who would dare not go? By the time Jiang Shao arrived at the stadium, it was already bustling with noise. It was a Saturday and the students were all on break. Apart from the senior students who were out on missions, most of the students in school had rushed to watch the competition. After all, they were all Star Warriors, awakened, and the selection of the top combat power in the school was really attractive. The large spectator seats in the stadium were already filled with students, including some teachers who joined in on the fun. They were either inspecting or admiring their students. Capital Star Warriors University was the top Star Warriors university in the country, and the students there represented the top batch of university students in the country. Hence, although it was an intramural selection, it was definitely not inferior to the National University Student Qualification Qualifier. Of course, the highlight of this world would always be the team battle. Unfortunately, the leaders attached too much importance to it, and thus, only 3 teams were approved. Hence, there was no team battle in the intramural selection. Fortunately, there was still the individual competition. Although it was rather difficult for the contestants to qualify, they were recommended by the teachers, after all. Unlike the team competition, which required the approval of some of the school's leaders before they could participate in the selection. Hence, the individual competition was much more lively than the team competition. The school strictly followed the standards of the World Cup individual competition and set the venue on the green field of the stadium instead of the martial arts arena. There were also 5 teachers in the judges' seat. Jiang Shao immediately saw that Li Liang was seated in the middle. He was also the teacher who assessed Jiang Shao during the special recruitment. Jiang Shao still remembered the conversation he had with teacher Li Liang previously. This time, he was probably going to light up his star map. However, it didn't matter. After more than half a year of preparation, Jiang Shao could already light up his star map. Xiaopi! Come on! Beat them up! Xia Yan pressed her hand on Jiang Zhao's shoulder, and she couldn't help but raise her voice amidst the noisy crowd. The students had always been paying attention to Jiang Shao because, of course, it was because Jiang Zhao's team of friends and relatives was rather terrifying. The second team that had been confirmed to represent the university, participate in the National University Team Competition selection, and prepare for the World Cup, had all arrived. The quartet of Wu Yao, Song Chuanxi, Han Jiangxue, and He Su were all eye-catching contestants, let alone the 4 of them together. 2 wasteland reclamation instructors were there too, Qin Wangchuan and Jiang Hong. However, the 2 of them kept a low profile and hid in the audience at the back. Hence, they did not join Jiang Zhao's group of friends and relatives. Xia Yan was also a famous figure. After all, she was the national champion. Kai Yao, Lu Yang, and Zhang Qinzhou were all in the top 4, so hence, Renshu and Han Xian, Jiang Zhao's roommates who rushed over to support Jiang Shao, felt extremely embarrassed. Hence, they shivered in fear among the big shot. Jiang Shao himself was also a celebrity. Regardless of whether it was the honor he had obtained in the past or the incident at the 923 yen Inquisition, all of them made the students recognize this little toxic healer. Moreover, he was about to participate in the school's individual selection as an assistant. The news had spread throughout the Capital Star Warriors in the past 2 weeks. It was undeniable that some of the students might have come for Jiang Shao. They wanted to see what Jiang Shao was capable of, or were there to watch him make a fool of himself. The participating students did not have any preparation area for the competition. Most of them were scattered in the audience and around their friends, waiting for the selection to begin. At 8:05 a.m., the teachers strictly enforced the rules of the competition and the noisy stadium finally quietened down a little. After all, it was an intra-school selection and not a formal competition. There was no such thing as a profit broadcast. Hence, there was no such thing as a host. At 8:10 a.m., Li Liang, who was seated at the judges' table, finally picked up the microphone and said, "The selection is divided into 2 rounds. In the first round, the 12 contestants will be divided into 2 groups according to the individual strength ranking announced by the school. The top 6 will be in Group A, while the bottom 6 will be in Group B. Group A will be ranked according to their strength and will have priority in choosing their opponent. They can only choose from the contestants in Group B. 2 wins will advance and 2 losses will be eliminated." What kind of damned competition system is this? Is it so simple and crude? Xia Yan asked with her mouth agape, looking at Li Liang in displeasure. Due to the fact that the rules of the competition were only announced now, everyone took a while to react. He Su, who was at the side, thought about it and said, 2 wins will advance and 2 losses will be eliminated. This is enough. Be it the selection of the national team or the World Cup, it's all an elimination round. After all, it's an intra-school selection. The double elimination system is considered a layer of insurance and gives some opportunities for mistake. Of course, this is disadvantageous to Xiaopi. With a worried expression, Song Chuanxi said, "Indeed, it would be great if it's a single elimination system. A single elimination system is where miracles happen." Jiang Xiao chuckled and said, "Yeah, if there aren't any miracles, I should be able to advance to the next round." Wu Yao froze for a moment before laughing heartily. "Great Xiaopi! You're very confident. I like warriors like you." Jiang Xiao said with a smile, "Isn't that a coincidence? I like warriors like me too." Wu Yao was speechless. Compared to Jiang Zhao's confidence, Xia Yan was still a little worried and displeased. Group A chose their opponents from Group B, they're not giving the other contestants a chance to survive. Kai Yao, who was at the side, persuaded, in order to ensure the strength of the selectors, most competitions in the world are like this. Lu Yang looked over and said, "Sister, what are you talking about? Have you forgotten that you guys are black 8 skin?" Xia Yan scratched her head. The same system was used in the National League too. The first place was against the 8th place. In the end, Jiang Xiao managed to hide a dagger behind his smile and evolved from Jiang Xiaopi to black 8 skin. However, Song Chuanxi shook her head and said, "You guys don't understand Ho Mingming. It's extremely difficult to take her down." Han Jiangshu sighed and said, "This competition is indeed not something that Year 1 students should participate in. These students have been working hard in school for 3 to 4 years, and there's already an official ranking. Xiaopi has no choice but to be ranked last and wait for others to select him." Lu Yang agreed and said, "Ho Mingming defeated him in the first round and Zhao Wenlong in the second. Both of them lost and left the competition." Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. There's something wrong with this person. He just confidently said that he could be black 8 skin and yet he sent me away after 2 rounds? What a clear arrangement! Thug Lu Yang suddenly felt that something was amiss. He turned around to see Jiang Xiao, who was staring at him with a sword in his hand. Lu Yang hurriedly clenched his right fist and raised it high. "God Pai is the best. Bandit is invincible." Jiang Xiao was speechless. Li Liang's voice sounded in the stadium again. "Ho Mingming, who is ranked first in the individual strength leaderboard, enter the stadium. Group B, get ready to fight at any time. If you refuse to fight, you will be treated as a forfeit and be disqualified from participating in the preliminaries." Jiang Xiao looked at Li Liang, who was seated on the referee's seat opposite him, and couldn't help but sigh. "I haven't seen you for more than half a year, but you're still so strict. Look at your hair. Did you lose more hair?" On the eastern side of the stadium, a tall girl stood up. There was an interesting phenomenon in the spectator seat. Although the spectators were crowded together, there was no one within a few meters of them. Ho Mingming and Zhao Wenlong. The two of them didn't seem to have a group of friends or relatives. Perhaps they did, but they weren't around them. Ho Mingming and Zhao Wenlong were seated quite far away from each other, at least 5 meters apart. The two of them were just like the great demon kings, each with their own territory. They sat there alone, waiting to be summoned. Ho Mingming stood up and took off her white baseball cap. She was wearing pure white sportswear, and the first impression she gave off was, yes, she was very clean and refreshing. She was 189 centimeters tall and stretched her body as she got ready. Her tall and graceful figure was pleasing to the eye. Then, she untied the black rubber band that was holding her ponytail together and took out a blue ribbon from her pocket. She put it in her mouth and used both hands to tie her hair back into a ponytail. You've changed your equipment. Beside her, the other great demon king finally spoke in fake Mandarin. With the blue ribbon in her mouth, Ho Mingming mumbled, "My boyfriend gave it to me." Zhao Wenlong chuckled and continued to sit in the audience seat while lowering his head to continue wrapping the boxing band around his hand. His eyes were glistening and he seemed to have entered a state of concentration in an instant. Ho Mingming grabbed her ponytail with one hand and took off the blue ribbon in her mouth with the other. She then wrapped it around her head and suddenly said, "Don't choose Jiang Xiaopi." Hearing this, Zhao Wenlong was slightly stunned and turned around to look at Ho Mingming, who was tying her ponytail. "Why?" Ho Mingming pursed her lips slightly and seemed to have applied lipstick. She smiled and said, "You're not suitable to bully the weak." Zhao Wenlong wrapped the bandage around his hand and said, "I wouldn't have chosen him at first, but now that you've said that, I'm curious." After tying her ponytail, Ho Mingming turned around and lowered her head to look at Zhao Wenlong. "I won the previous time." Zhao Wenlong's hand, which was tied with the boxing band, paused for a moment before tugging hard with his right hand. He then tightened his left hand and humphed coldly. Ho Mingming smiled and said, "It's time to fulfill your bet." Zhao Wenlong nodded and said, "I admit defeat and I won't touch him. I just hope you can give me a reason." Ho Mingming bent her finger and knocked her head. "My mother likes him." Zhao Wenlong was dumbfounded. Ho Mingming strode down and said from afar, "I like him too." Zhao Wenlong was speechless. Chapter 492. As Ho Mingming walked into the green field, the entire audience burst into an uproar. The applause and cheers were endless. She was a star warrior who was about to represent the capital Star Warriors to conquer the world. She was the king of duels in the capital Star Warriors University. She was also the pride of the capital Star Warriors University. Ho Mingming walked to the center of the eastern half of the arena and stopped in her tracks. She yelled, "Number 7. There was no name, only a number. It was as if that person did not deserve a name. Number 7 was considered the strongest person in Group B. He was also the strongest person that Ho Mingming could choose. Li Liang nodded and lowered his head to look at the information of the contestants. He said, "Ho Mingming will be up against Wu Jia in this round. Contestant Ho Mingming, recommended by Capital Star Warriors University. Contestant Wu Jia, recommended teachers Zhang Shujiu, Yu Chongqing, Jiao Baiwei. It's coming, it's coming. It's finally coming. It's the public execution segment that everyone loves to see." Every time a teacher's name was announced, the students would applaud out of politeness. However, Ho Mingming was indeed ferocious. She did not recommend a teacher, only a recommendation. Besides, the recommendation was written with the words, Capital Star Warriors University. After Li Liang finished reading, he looked at the arena and said, "The competition begins." In an instant, Ho Mingming grabbed the air and a pitch-black bow appeared in her hand. The atmosphere became heated again. The bow did not seem to have a physical body and was instead made up of black mist. In fact, it was even emitting black starlight. It was extremely beautiful after a short 10 seconds. "Does it look like it?" Lu Yang exclaimed. "Oh my god, Jiang Shao was not much better." He kept leaning back and covering his face with one hand, as if he dared not watch the competition. Massacre. It was simply a massacre. It was not a battle of the same standard at all. Ho Mingming was simply pressing Wu Jia to the ground. As soon as the competition began, the stadium of the Capital Star Warriors University was filled with flying feathers. They were the feathers of an arrow. Ho Mingming casually pulled the bow and shot a series of black arrows that seemed to be made up of mist. This time, she didn't just shoot one arrow, but a series of at least 7 or 8 arrows. The pitch-black arrows lined up in a row and shot straight at the student called Wu Jia. After that, Ming Ming did not stop his attacks. Upper left, upper right, lower left, lower right. He drew his bow 4 times in a row and shot out 4 strings of pitch-black arrows. Wu Jia hurriedly raised her right hand, but she didn't attack. As a magic user, she hurriedly cast a flame shield on herself. It was frightening and dangerous. The moment the flaming shield appeared, a series of pitch-black arrows were already in front of him. Bam bam! Rumbling sounds rang out incessantly. The flame shield that Wu Jia had just put on was hit by the 8 pitch-black arrows at the same spot. The flame shield was showing signs of cracking, and when this wave of attacks dispersed, Wu Jia barely managed to hold on, only to discover that another 4 strings of arrows were already shooting towards her. Wu Jia was being beaten miserably. Logically speaking, magic types should be able to seize the initiative more than combat type. After all, their hands were longer, and their casting speed was also faster. But this master archer Ho Mingming could not be judged by normal melee combat standard. Wu Jia knew that her flame shield would not be able to withstand these 4 black-feathered arrows. She hurriedly dodged. As a galaxy stage cultivator, her physical fitness was not bad. With a somersault, she directly dodged the 4 black-feathered arrows from all directions. The next moment, the 4 strings of black arrows suddenly turned around and, as if they had a tracking system, rushed towards Wu Jia again. Instantly, another round of indiscriminate bombardment. 4 strings of black arrows came down from above, madly crashing into Wu Jia's flame shield. Wu Jia's expression was extremely ugly. Her vision had already been blocked by the exploding black arrows. The black-feathered arrow collided with the flame shield and exploded, but it turned into a black mist that enveloped Wu Jia. Be it the smoke from the explosion or the black mist, they had already completely trapped Wu Jia. Wow! F***CK. There was a burst of exclamations from the audience. The people could no longer see the situation in the black fog, but they could see Ho Mingming, who had not moved from the beginning to the end. She rested for a moment, then drew her bow again. This time, it was 6 strings of black arrows that shot into the sky. They soared high into the sky, quickly turned around and rushed straight down, shooting into the black fog in a frenzy. And in the thick smoke, Wu Jia, wrapped in the flame shield, had half of her body blown into the grass. Due to the characteristic of the flame shield, the user's body was covered in an eggshell-like shield. So, at this moment, Wu Jia was like an egg that had been blown into the ground, forming a small ball-shaped pit. It was time to ask the 3 philosophical questions. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I going? It was unknown whether Wu Jia had the 3 philosophical questions in her mind, but she was definitely facing the 3 battlefield questions. What if I can't defend? What if I can't dodge? What if I can't find the enemy? 10 seconds later, the black mist filled the air and the sound of an explosion could be heard. Li Liang called a halt to the competition. The stadium fell into a brief silence. Then, there was an explosion of earth-shattering cheers and applause. That woman didn't move at all. Just standing there, she was like a cannon. From the beginning to the end, she had only used 1 star technique and won the competition without any suspense. Of course, strictly speaking, Wu Jia had only used 1 star technique, but she was forced to Sister P? Jiang Shao exclaimed in bewilderment. Xia Yan was also astonished and had yet to recover from the battle. However, when she heard Jiang Zhao's voice, she turned around to look at him and asked, "What did you say?" Jiang Zhao pointed at Ho Mingming, who was leaving the arena, and said, "Pea shooter. It's a pea shooter with no cooldown time." Xia Yan was speechless. Rumble. Just when everyone thought that the competition was over, there was another loud noise in the arena. The black mist spread and exploded. It was as if Ho Mingming had long set up a time bomb, but the battle had already ended before it exploded. A real man would never turn around to watch an explosion. Ho Mingming retreated step by step while the blue ribbon behind her head fluttered. Behind her, a small mushroom cloud formed by black smoke rose up. "Oh my god! That's way too cool, isn't it?" Han Jiangshue's expression was sullen and sullen. If she were in Jiang Zhao's shoes, how would she deal with such a fast and lethal melee fighter? Turned out that defense would not work. Han Jiangshue's defensive star technique was also Flame Shield. She could imagine what would happen to her. In that case, should I attack her right away? Smash her with Ice Roar? Or summon the little burning man to resist the damage? Right, Sky Smasher. Sky Smasher should be able to take in all kinds of arrows and break Ho Mingming's arm. What about Jiang Shao? Han Jiangshue looked at Jiang Shao worriedly while thinking carefully. The space-time rift could also allow him to get out of danger. Otherwise, she could make the first move and use Blessing. However, be it Han Jiangshue's Sky Smasher or Jiang Zhao's space-time rift, they were not attainable by ordinary people. Clearly, Wu Jia was an ordinary person. Just like most people, she might not be able to obtain any star techniques of the space type in her lifetime. Kai Yao looked at Ho Mingming's retreating figure and her heart almost melted. She clasped her hands in front of her chest and muttered softly, "That's too violent. They're all top players in the Capital Star Warrior Academy, but the difference is too great." Song Chuanxi explained softly, "There are also first-rate and second-rate players among the top players. Just like the students who have been admitted to the Capital Star Warrior Academy, they're all elites. But there's also a distinction between the top students and the bad students." Hisu nodded in agreement and said, "That's the difference between the national team and the school team." The battle was exciting, and the medical support was good too. Wu Jia was carried out of the pit in a ball of water. Although she had already fainted from the explosion, she should be fine after being treated by the teachers. She walked back to her seat on the east side of the auditorium. The area around her seat was still empty. Only Zhao Wenlong, who had already tied up his boxing belt, slowly stood up. Zhao Wenlong looked at Ho Mingming, who was walking up, and said, 25 seconds. As he spoke, Zhao Wenlong walked down. As he brushed past Ho Mingming, he said again, "You're too slow." Ho Mingming raised her eyebrows and sat down in her seat. Her heart was unperturbed, and she even crossed her legs. Zhao Wenlong arrived at the eastern half of the arena and looked at the deep pit in the western half, as well as the black smoke that had yet to dissipate. He said, "8th place." In the northern part of the arena, one of the students who was surrounded by everyone had a bitter expression on his face. "Why am I ranked 8th? That damn Jiang Xiaopi, why did he suddenly appear before the deadline? If there were 11 people, there would probably be a round-robin tournament and a point-scoring system. Now that there were 12 people, Group A directly challenged the people from Group B. Why am I ranked 2nd in Group B? It's good that I'm ranked 3rd in Group B." Everyone had witnessed Ho Mingming's cruel behavior just now. Zhao Wenlong is a monster on the same level as Ho Mingming. Damn Jiang Xiaopi. Achoo! Jiang Shao sneezed. He had been thinking about the competition just now, and his gaze followed Ho Mingming's as he stared at the audience on the east side. For some reason, Ho Mingming suddenly looked over. For some reason, Jiang Shao sneezed all of a sudden. Ho Mingming suddenly made a move. She crossed her legs and leaned against the back of the chair, smirked and waved at Jiang Shao. Her movements were indescribably elegant and suave. Many people in the arena were observing Ho Mingming. Of course, they saw her movements and also saw Jiang Zhao's position. Jiang Zhao blinked in bewilderment. What happened? Why is the devil waving at me? I'm not being targeted, right? Did she tell me in advance that she's going to choose me as her opponent? Damn it, don't. Sister P, go and shoot someone else. I'm tough. I'm afraid you won't be able to shoot me. What if I destroy this undefeatable legend of yours? What will you do? Chapter 493. The students looked in the direction where Ho Mingming was waving her hand, only to realize that the first person they saw was not Jiang Zhao, but the contestants of the World Cup team competition. The students came to a sudden realization and thought, is this a form of appreciation? Jiang Zhao thought about it and sincerely hoped that the Demon King Peking would not beat him up. He didn't want Ho Mingming to let him be prepared in advance. Jiang Zhao turned to look at Song Chuanxi beside him and said, "You're all Year 4 students and members of the World Cup team. You guys must be friends, right? Was she greeting you just now?" Wu Yao humphed and said, "We're not friends. Before Han Jiangxue came, our team looked for her. At that time, we really couldn't find any rules awakened, and she's very strong, so we decided to go for the melee awakened, but she rejected us. She's very arrogant." His words made Jiang Zhao's heart sink to the bottom. Su said thoughtfully, that invitation was indeed unpleasant. It wasn't a greeting, but a provocation. After all, she just won decisively. Wu Yao licked his lips and looked at Ho Mingming with a battle intent. This woman is too arrogant. I'll teach her a lesson after the competition. Song Chuanxi suddenly said, "It wasn't a provocation, it was a greeting. She was very friendly." Wu Yao asked, "Huh?" Stunned, Su said, "Given her personality, would she be the kind of person who would take the initiative to reconcile?" Song Chuanxi said with certainty, "I saw it more clearly than you guys. She was very friendly, but she wasn't greeting us. Instead, she was greeting Xiaopi." Jiang Zhao was dumbfounded. All of a sudden, everyone turned to look at them. Jiang Zhao pondered for a while and said, "Is she asking me to get ready to torture me in the next round?" Wu Yao stood up abruptly and walked towards Jiang Zhao and Xia Yan before sitting down. "Huh!" Xia Yan frantically moved away, only to see that Wu Yao had already squeezed between them and strangled Jiang Zhao's neck. Wu Yao strangled Jiang Zhao's neck with one hand and pinched his buzz cut with the other. "Imp, do you really not know her? If she were to hit you, she wouldn't be so friendly. Among her opponents, only Zhao Wenlong can talk to her. She has a very arrogant personality and is not the kind of person who will waste her time on weaklings." The buzz cut had done a good job. Jiang Zhao could not pull his hair out at all. Jiang Zhao continued to struggle, but Wu Yao was like a bear with a body of steel and was terrifyingly strong. Although it was painful to be strangled, Wu Yao's words made Jiang Zhao feel a little happy as he realized that there was a turning point in the situation. After thinking about it for a while, Jiang Zhao said, "Maybe she's tainted milk powder too?" "Tsk." Wu Yao said disdainfully, "Someone like him, whose goal is to conquer the world, would worship a national champion?" "Stop joking around." Jiang Zhao was immediately displeased. While struggling, he said, "Putting my abilities aside, do I still need to talk about my charm? It won't be a problem to charm thousands of girls." "Ada, ada, ada." A series of strange cries attracted Jiang Zhao's attention. He frantically grabbed Wu Yao's arm and tried to look at the green field. He was dumbfounded. "Bruce Lee? Three Bruce Lees? No, it's the Shadow Star technique?" Shifting shadows allowed him to move freely within his own shadow. However, it was different from the Shadow Star technique that Jiang Zhao had seen before. The typical Shadow Star technique was Liu Yang. The assassin shuttled through the shadows, either cutting into the battlefield or escaping from the battlefield in search of an opportunity to deal a fatal blow. Zhao Wenlong, on the other hand, was releasing shadows while fighting, maintaining the number of 3. His combat style was completely different from Liu Yang's, and the effects of the Shadow Star technique were also different. Zhao Wenlong was not assassinating, but purely fighting. He had no intention of launching a sneak attack and was simply attacking forcefully. Zhao Wenlong's head shape resembled that of Master Li in the first place. His hands were wrapped in bandages, and he was letting out strange cries. Coupled with the fact that his figure was flashing so quickly that it was blurry, he really looked like a master. The student who was surrounded and beaten up by the 3 Zhao Wenlongs was no longer a student but a sandbag. The 3 Zhao Wenlongs were getting faster and faster, and Jiang Xiao could even imagine the crisp sound of bones cracking. What was more frightening was that as the 3 shadows kicked the sandbags, specks of white starlight gathered on his bandaged fists and scattered like broken stars, falling on the green field. What kind of magical star technique is this? A De Wu Wow accompanied by a beautiful roundhouse kick, the sandbag was sent flying and fell head first into the turf. It quickly slid backward and piled up a tall mound of dirt. The sandbag finally stopped, but it could no longer get up. Amazing! Beautiful! That's way too cool! The applause and cheers from the audience rang out. This was their recognition of Zhao Wenlong, as well as their admiration and admiration. At the same time, a young man stood up from the north side of the stadium and said, "It's my turn." Beside him, a few of his friends chimed in, "Zhao Wenlong is indeed impressive. Fang Xiao, who are you ready to fight? Who do you think you can win for sure? It's better to play it safe." Fang Xiao said, "Although I'm ranked 3rd, the gap between the top 2 and the rest is too great. Those 2 are real monsters. It won't be easy for the contestants behind us to fight each other. We all know each other too well. We've been fighting like this for the past few years." His friend said, "If you go and teach Jiang Xiaopi a lesson, won't you win for sure? He's just an arrogant kid. He needs to be educated. Indeed, he really thinks that anyone can participate in the competition." Watching Zhao Wenlong leave, Fang Xiao extended his hand and clenched it into a fist. He then bumped fists with his friends and said with a smile, "I heard that he's very arrogant. He even dared to talk back to Dailuan and Mi Yen?" All of a sudden, there was a burst of laughter from the crowd. They already knew Fang Xiao's choice. Fang Xiao nodded at the crowd and strode down from the spectator stands. More than 10 seconds later, Fang Xiao, who was ranked 3rd in the Star Warriors Association, yelled, "Jiang Xiaopi, come down." All of a sudden, there was an uproar in the stadium. The person ranked 1st clearly called out number 7. Zhao Wenlong, who was ranked 2nd, called out number 8. Everyone understood what this meant. Within the range of choices, the 2 of them had chosen the strongest. Fang Xiao, who was ranked 3rd in the Star Warriors Association, actually called out the name of the last contestant. The last contestant was none other than Jiang Xiaopi, who joined last. Out of the 12 contestants, he was the only support and the only contestant in the nebula stage. In everyone's eyes, Jiang Xiaopi was the weakest. Even though he was the national champion, his occupation and position made him the most special one. The so-called most special was not a compliment. In this case, it was an unequivocal derogatory term. He was reckless, frivolous, and inexperienced. That might be the reason why the support participated in the selection. No one knew how the toxic healer managed to qualify for the recommendation, but no matter what, he was the only pushover among the 12 contestants. Seated high up in the stands, Ho Mingming's expression changed slightly. The 3rd contestant in the Star Warriors Association actually chose the toxic healer who was ranked last? Ho Mingming and Zhao Wenlong had indeed made a good start and displayed the pride of a martial artist, but the 3rd Ho Mingming frowned slightly and turned to look at Jiang Xiao. However, he realized that the toxic healer remained calm and didn't seem to be afraid at all. Carrying his saber, he walked down the arena step by step, calm and composed. Regardless of whether he had true strength or not, just based on this bearing and courage, he had already surpassed the students of the same batch by far, far too much. Amidst the uproar, Jiang Shao walked to the left side of the arena with his giant sword. In the distance, Fang Xiao, who was wearing a white trench coat, stood on the right side of the arena and sneered at Jiang Shao. "Your sword isn't bad." Jiang Shao didn't mind at all. He had chosen to participate in the competition, and the other party was following the rules. There was nothing for him to complain about. Jiang Shao pointed his sword at Fang Xiao from afar and said, "No matter what you think, I'll only tell you one thing." Fang Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, "What?" Jiang Shao said softly, "You picked the wrong person." As soon as Jiang Shao finished speaking, everyone in the large stadium started buzzing. "Wow, the toxic healer is so cool." "He's indeed cool, but don't get killed in one move." At the judges' table, Li Liang said, "This round, Fang Xiao versus Jiang Xiaopi." Fang Xiao recommended teachers. Su Yu, Zhinshu, Li Tiandi. Jiang Xiaopi recommended teachers. Qin Wanchuan, Fang Xingyun. Yang Chun-san recommended teachers. Jiang Xiaopi. All of a sudden, the discussions in the stadium got even louder and the buzzing sounds were like a bunch of flies. "What do you mean? Qin Wanchuan? What kind of name is that? Maybe this teacher is very forgetful and always forgets to wear clothes. Damn it. What did I hear? Fang Xingyun? Is it our school's Dharma god, Fang Xingyun? It really seems to be her. Oh my god, I've never heard of teacher Fang recommending any students. Are you guys really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? You only heard Fang Xingyun? You didn't hear Vice Principal Yang Chinsan's name?" Fang Xiao sneered and looked at Jiang Shao from afar. "I heard that wherever you go, that's your territory." Jiang Shao froze for a moment. He had said that to Dai Luan and Mi Yen, the vice president of the student union, in the Star Warrior cafeteria. Jiang Shao thought about it and asked, "What's the matter? Are you here on a mission to be the vice president of the student union?" "Ha!" Fang Xiao smiled in disdain and said, "You think too highly of yourself. They don't have time to bother with a nobody like you. I just happen to be here to help them educate you and let you know what you're made of." Jiang Shao shrugged his shoulders and said, "I'm not that strong. I'm just slightly stronger than the lackeys." Fang Zhao's face stiffened and the gravel on his body suddenly condensed. He then pulled out 2 stone bayonets from his body. Jiang Shao bowed slightly and held the giant sword in his hand. With a smile on his face, he suddenly said to Fang Xiao, "Woof!" Fang Xiao was so infuriated that his face turned red, and he felt the blood in his chest churning. The veins on his forehead bulged and his hands that were holding the bayonets began to tremble. A whistle sounded and the competition began. Chapter 494. As soon as the whistle sounded, Fang Zhao's 2 swords flew out of his hands. Whoosh! Whoosh! The swords actually turned into hidden weapons that Fang Xiao threw at him at an extremely fast speed. Jiang Shao had long studied everyone's fighting habits, combat characteristics, and star technique. Hence, Jiang Shao wasn't stunned and simply raised his sword to block. At the same time, Jiang Shao cast a sound of silence. "I'm not going to argue with you anymore. I'll smash you to death." Bang! Bang! With 2 crisp sounds, the stone swords fell to the ground. Not far away, Fang Xiao, who had been smashed to the ground, gritted his teeth and charged forward despite his messy footsteps. Jiang Shao had studied Fang Xiao before, and Fang Xiao was also aware of Jiang Zhao's combat style. Be it blessing or sound of silence, they were both godly techniques for crowd control. Fang Xiao quickly approached Jiang Shao in order to prevent Jiang Shao from casting sound of silence again. At the same time, he also had to exert his greatest advantage. For melee fighters like him, close-range combat was the greatest advantage. Kai Yao couldn't help but grab Lu Yang's hand, her eyes full of worry. That person is so fast. The toxic healer can't control the situation in time. If only there was a shield warrior in front to help him block the attack. Lu Yang stared at Kai Yao's hand in a daze and suddenly felt a little tempted. After a long while, Lu Yang finally snapped back to his senses after hearing the loud sounds in the arena. There was an uproar in the stadium accompanied by the sound of the swords colliding with the giant steel swords. Damn it, the toxic healer is so powerful! What level of swordsmanship is this? Is the Xia family's swordsmanship a joke? Isn't the only proper way to do it the Great Mercy? He used swordsmanship in the national finals, but his opponent was only a melee fighter. Oh my god, this is too scary. He can actually resist the attack of the galaxy battle? Resist the attack of the galaxy battle? Jiang Xiao chuckled at that. I can even resist Qin Wanchuan from the galaxy battle. No matter how dense your attacks are, can they be as dense as teacher Fang Xingyun's platinum meteorite fire? That would be truly overwhelming. That would be a real narrow escape from death. Just as the students were shocked, one must know that the galaxy stage and the nebula stage were two completely different levels. Under the circumstances where his physical fitness was being suppressed in all aspects, Jiang Xiao actually managed to rely on his proficient swordsmanship to defend himself while Fang Xiao was attacking like a mad dog. Although Lu Yang was Jiang Xiao's friends and relatives, he was also in disbelief. This can't be right? It can't be right? Can he really fight? Has Jiang Xiaopi surpassed us by so much? Oh my god! Lu Yang was secretly impressed by Jiang Zhao's swordsmanship since he was one of the Nebula contestants. However, Nebula fought against Xinghe. There was a qualitative difference in physical qualities, but he could still fight? Is this a skill that a normal person can practice? Was this the reaction and experience that a Nebula stage should have? Jiang 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 Jiang. Jiang Yang Jiang into as he is. As Xiao as Jiang Xian as he Jiang was Yang he Jiang. And he. The Jiang Jiang Li he. Hearing this, Song Chuanxi touched his thigh with one hand and shook his head with a smile. Of course he could fight. As the captain of the Galaxy battle team, her leg had once been dislocated by the toxic healer. Not only could he fight with the Galaxy battle team, but he could also cripple the Galaxy battle team. Jiang Xiao was fully focused and threw a counter-current light at Fang Xiao, who was right in front of him. At the next moment, the majestic star power surged towards Jiang Xiao. Under Fang Xiao's suppression, Jiang Xiao struggled to hold on and cast Sound of Silence at his feet. Fang Xiao was not the only one. Everyone was dumbfounded. Everyone knew that Jiang Xiao had used Sound of Silence when they looked at the two of them, especially when Fang Xiao's stone-like skin suddenly disappeared. How ruthless! When he goes crazy, he even uses Sound of Silence. It was not that Jiang Xiao was immune to the damage caused by his Sound of Silence, but he was more tolerant than Fang Xiao. Diamond quality, endurance. He accepted what others could not and endured what others could not. Hence, Jiang Xiao did not hesitate at all in his movements or freeze up at all. In contrast, Fang Xiao was obviously more affected. His face was flushed as if he would spit out a mouthful of blood at any time. In fact, that was indeed the case. Not only was the qi and blood in his chest surging, but the violent and chaotic star power in his body was also making him miserable and even affecting his normal movements. Jiang Zhao's eyes were burning with passion. Now's the time. All of a sudden, Jiang Xiao switched from defense to offense, and the dagger, that he kept close to his body, suddenly changed into a giant sword that could be swung in all directions. Jiang Xiao swung his sword upwards and Fang Xiao subconsciously tried to block it. However, in the Sound of Silence, his stone-like dagger that was made up of star power had already dissipated. Screech! Fang Xiao's elbow was sliced open and blood flowed out before his clothes were torn. He swung it upwards, stepped forward, turned his wrist, turned his body sideways and slashed downwards. Jiang Zhao's movements were smooth and fluid. From Fang Zhao's left shoulder to the right side of his waist, his clothes were torn cleanly and neatly by the blade. Dark red blood spurted out and instantly dyed his clothes red. Fang Zhao staggered backward. After snapping back to his senses, he began to dodge left and right to avoid a head-on confrontation with Jiang Zhao. He was barehanded and could not use any star technique. Hence, he was forced to retreat. All of a sudden, the entire stadium was in an uproar. The toxic healer was relentless and blood splattered everywhere he pointed his sword at. Fang Zhao turned from a mad dog to a sick one. He could not understand why the star power in his body was running rampant and almost affecting his movements when he was also hit by the sound of silence. Yet, Jiang Zhao seemed to be fine. Why is his every move still so sharp? So swift and violent? Zhao Wenlong, who was in the audience, stood up abruptly and stared at Jiang Zhao with a pair of scorching eyes. She looked at Jiang Zhao's every light step and subtle sideways movement. This unstoppable giant blade was supported by the delicate and light footwork of a butterfly shuttling through flowers. Damn it! Mighty God Pi! Mighty toxic healer! Kill him! Awesome little Pi! Oh mommy, I'm in love, Nebula toxic healer! I specialize in slashing galaxy. Jiang Zhao slashed Fang Zhao out of the sound of silence. In an instant, Fang Zhao felt the star power in his body condensing. Fang Zhao's reaction was extremely fast. He stomped his foot and in an instant, countless gravel formed by star power splashed out. Jiang Zhao was also blasted away by the surging airwaves and gravel. However, at the same time, another shot of sound of silence landed. Fang Zhao couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Compared to Fang Zhao, who was activating his star power and using his star techniques, Jiang Zhao knew what he was doing. Of course, he did not use any other star technique. When sound of silence smashed someone, the damage would be completely different if that person was using a star technique or not. Fang Zhao's expression was extremely sullen, and he felt that the star power that he had just mobilized had suddenly gone berserk. He even thought that he was about to explode. At the next moment, Jiang Zhao, who had been blasted away, attacked again. The attacks of the giant sword were continuous, and there was no way to retreat. The swords and shadows of blood spread all the way. In the blink of an eye, Fang Zhao's body was covered in wounds, and he had already been blasted out of the range of the second sound of silence. Jiang Zhao's legs tensed up and he gritted his teeth before dashing out forcefully, causing a pit to appear in the turf beneath his feet. This time, the giant sword was covered in a rich green glow. Bang! Fang Zhao's body was covered in blood and his clothes were tattered. Under the strong impact of the green glow, he was sent flying. At the instant that Fang Zhao was sent flying, the star power in his body could finally be mobilized again. Jiang Zhao Pi. Fang Zhao, who was sent flying, roared furiously while the veins on his forehead bulged. Blood splattered all the way and he suddenly became petrified. In an instant, his entire body was covered by the stone-like skin, and the bleeding wound immediately stopped. At this moment, a ray of holy light landed on his body. Fang Zhao, who was sent flying and had no leverage at all, was firmly hit by the blessing. In fact, he couldn't even maintain his petrified skin and turned back into his physical body. Jiang Zhao's face was covered in blood. Of course, it was all Fang Zhao's. He reached out to wipe the blood off his face and cast a ray of countercurrent light on it. His star power was instantly replenished. At the next moment, Jiang Zhao's figure suddenly flashed and he disappeared on the spot. Everyone in the stadium was astonished. They actually saw such a high-level star technique here? What? What's going on? Damn it! Damn it! Teleportation? All of a sudden, Jiang Zhao appeared in midair and appeared on the path that Fang Zhao had to take. Some people were alive. However, he was already dead. Jiang Shao clenched the giant sword in his hand and stared at Fang Xiao, who was flying towards him in a daze. Jiang Shao then stabbed him with the sword. Screech! The sharp giant blade pierced through Fang Xiao's back and pierced through his chest. The huge blood-stained blade pierced through Fang Xiao's chest, and fresh blood flowed out along the blade. The scene of the two of them in midair seemed to have been fixed in everyone's eyes. There was victory and defeat, life and death. Jiang Shao gripped the handle of the sword tightly and stabbed Fang Xiao's body before landing heavily on the ground. Jiang Shao stabbed the sword into the ground and threw Fang Xiao onto the ground in a crouching position. Jiang Shao then stepped on the back of Fang Xiao's head and slowly pulled the giant's sword out of his body. Jiang Shao casually stabbed the giant's sword into the ground, squatted down, and looked down at Fang Xiao, who was vomiting blood and staining the grass. He said, "I told you long ago that you picked the wrong person." There was dead silence in and out of the stadium. All of a sudden, a water ball enveloped Fang Xiao and everyone seemed to have snapped back to their senses. Ha! Xia Yan's beautiful eyes glistened and she thought, is this what the Xia family's swordsmanship should look like? Is this the serious Jiang Xiaopi? Hurrah! I knew you could do it. I knew it. Wu Yao jumped up in excitement and clenched his fists tightly before waving them around. He then subconsciously turned around to look at the group of relatives and friends, after which he hugged them tightly regardless of who they were. Han Jiangxue had been immersed in admiration and joy. When she was suddenly hugged, she subconsciously threw out the rejection of flames. All of a sudden, 3 flame halos spread from her body and the audience was thrown off their feet. Not to mention Wu Yao, there was no one within a 2-meter radius around Han Jiangxue. Everything was flipped over, and even the seats and stone steps were shattered. In the arena, several teachers quickly carried Fang Xiao away. Jiang Shao also stood up and pulled out the giant sword that was inserted into the ground. He then placed it behind his back and strode out of the arena amidst the cheers and applause. The blood-red blade on his back was the only indication of the life-and-death battle that took place just now. Zhao Wenlong, who was seated in the east, frowned and said in a deep voice, "There's something wrong with this kid." Ho Mingming asked, "What is it?" With a solemn expression, Zhao Wenlong said, "People only saw his powerful star techniques and skills, but I saw his heart. He's not on the same level as those students at all. This isn't the state that a student should be in. I can't see any emotional fluctuations from him. His movements are clean and decisive. That's not something that can be honed in a short period of time. He no longer has any reverence for life. He's not only deciding the outcome, but also deciding life and death." Ho Mingming fixed her gaze on Jiang Shao and said softly, "He's already stopped. He's already avoided the heart." Zhao Wenlong opened his mouth, but he didn't say anything in the end. Ho Mingming shook her head and said with a smile, "I initially thought that he was a rookie and I didn't want you to touch him because I wanted him to lose in a better way. I didn't expect him to be a powerhouse." Immediately afterwards, Ho Mingming sighed softly and said, "Only such a person is qualified to travel with me. The others don't have the resolve to kill or be killed. They still think that the World Cup is the same as other competitions. It's just a competition. It's just that the contestants are stronger." Zhao Wenlong turned to look at Ho Mingming and said, "There's no need to use life and death to decorate a real victory." Ho Mingming said softly, "That's why you lost last time." Zhao Wenlong barked sternly, "I spared your life." "And I." Ho Mingming's eyes were misty as she looked at Jiang Shao, who was hugging his compatriots. She continued, "I left you with the only defeat in your university career." Chapter 495. The words that Ho Mingming had just said could almost represent the thoughts of all the students. "I thought he was a rookie, but I didn't expect him to be a powerhouse." When Jiang Shao returned to the auditorium and celebrated the victory with his friends and family, the students seemed to have yet to recover from the shock. From the initial outburst of emotions, cheers, and thunderous applause, it slowly turned into an aftertaste. The students clapped mechanically, and their minds kept replaying everything that had just happened. Not to mention that Jiang Zhao's actions had reached a shocking level, they were at least bewildered. He was indeed a medical awakened auxiliary star warrior, and the people of the country had witnessed his growth. There was no doubt about his professional identity. However, he was also a medical awakened auxiliary star warrior who actually displayed combat skills that were stronger than melee fighters. People once thought that what Jiang Zhao said to Yuan Qinghua, the overlord of the cosmos, in the National League was just a joke. Impeccable and adept are no longer enough to describe my swordsmanship. They should be described as superb and superb. He was bragging and bragging. Be it Jiang Zhao's usual behavior or the nonsensical words on Weibo, they were all very much in line with the little toxic healer's mischievous character. People seemed to have long gotten used to it and treated everything he said as a joke. Was the little toxic healer capable? Of course he was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to win the national championship, let alone the most valuable student in the finals. However, in the eyes of the people, the little toxic healer's true strength was far lower than what he usually boasted about. Today, the students had witnessed his consummate and advanced saber technique. They had also witnessed what it meant to be at the peak of perfection and what it meant to be superb. Apart from his powerful swordsmanship, they looked at his star techniques. Sound of silence, countercurrent light, blessing, and even the 1-in-a-million star technique, teleportation. Is this a damn auxiliary? Indeed, the star technique configuration did seem to be very auxiliary, such as control, endurance, cutting in and escaping. However, with such a star technique configuration and swordsmanship of such a level, he could definitely be regarded as a melee fighter. Before Fang Xingyun wrote the recommendation letter to Jiang Zhao, he carefully observed Jiang Zhao's star technique combination and said, "You're really strange. Unconventional." Regardless of whether it was evil or unorthodox, Jiang Zhao was really good at melee combat. In fact, the categories of melee combat could be further refined. Jiang Zhao was really good at fighting. Jiang Zhao's only weakness was the lack of output. If he did not have enough star techniques, he would have to work hard to make up for it. Jiang Zhao was the biggest output. Thinking of this, people couldn't help but continue to think. How many other facts were said in a joking tone by the little toxic healer? Regardless of what the students were thinking at this moment, Li Liang, who was sitting in the referee's seat, stroked his sparse hair with one hand and furrowed his brows. The 2 wrinkles on his face became even more obvious. He carefully looked at Jiang Zhao's personal information, especially Qin Wanchuan's recommendation letter, and fell into deep thought. Compared to Fang Xingyun's and Vice Principal Yang Chensan's, it was obvious that Qin Wanchuan's recommendation letter was more valuable. Xiao Jin, who was recognized by the Star Warriors Federation and ranked 4th in terms of individual strength, was also deep in thought. He was not sitting in the audience, but in the players' tunnel. Xiao Jin was also alone, standing alone in the passageway. In his hand was a halberd that was even taller than him by a large margin. Xiao Jin was at least 185 centimeters tall and his halberd was long and heavy. It was hard to imagine that it was a weapon for an infantry soldier. It should be more suitable for a general on a horse. If someone were to compare the halberd with a picture, it would look exactly the same as Wen Ho's heavenly halberd. Troublesome, troublesome. Xiao Jin hugged the heavenly halberd and fiddled with his hair. Although he looked confused, he was good at entertaining himself. Teacher Li, Teacher Li? A teacher on the rostrum called out to Li Liang. Li Liang snapped back to his senses and accidentally used too much force, causing him to pull out a handful of hair. It's time for the next round. Li Liang looked at the hair in his hand with a pained expression and said, "Next, Xiao Jin, who is ranked 4th. There was another commotion in the audience. Where's Xiao Fengxian? Did he oversleep again? A few people seemed to be Xiao Jin's friends, and their topic of discussion was more profound: did he just come back from the Black Rock Mountain yesterday? Yeah, I met him at the food street outside the school yesterday. I even asked him to go back to the dormitory so that we could wake him up for the competition, but he didn't want to come back. You talk too much, hurry up and call him. I've already called him 10,000 times. Will he pick up if you call him? I'll call his mother. I'm afraid only his mother can wake him up in this world. Hey, he's coming. What? Uncomfortable. Where's his ponytail? Why is he here with a bun? He must not have washed his hair. It's good enough that he can get up, why does he care about the shape of his hair? Did you bring anything to eat? He still has to walk for a while before entering the stadium. He must not have eaten breakfast. Here, I have 2 buns here. Hurry up and send them to him. Just like that, in the warm April day of spring, a young man with a bun on his head, wearing a sleeveless shirt, baggy pants, and slippers stepped onto the green grassland with a halberd in his hand that did not match the style of his clothes. The feedback from the audience was mixed. There were cheers and applause as well as boos. Obviously, some students felt that such a lazy contestant should not represent the Capital Star Warrior Alliance in the national team selection. Putting aside his strength, he would be a disgrace to the Capital Star Warrior Alliance. Another student ran down from the audience seats, holding 2 buns in his right hand and a half-empty cup of soy milk in his left. He quickly ran to Xiao Jin's side and handed him the food. Xiao Jin pursed his lips. Although he looked disgusted, his body was very honest. Just like that, Xiao Jin walked while eating buns and drinking soybean milk under the gaze of all the teachers and students. On the rostrum, there seemed to be a word on Li Liang's forehead. 2 more strands of hair fell off his already sparse head. Li Liang hollered, Xiao Jin. Choose your opponent in 30 seconds. Xiao Jin finished half a glass of soybean milk, wiped his mouth, and looked around. The 12 contestants were scattered all over the audience. After looking around, Xiao Jin pursed his lips and said, I've been fighting for 4 years and I can't be bothered anymore. I know what they're going to do when they raise their hands and where they're going when they take a step forward. As he spoke, Xiao Jin picked up his heavenly halberd and pointed it at the audience in the south. He was also the only newcomer among the contestants, Jiang Xiao. Xiao Jin's tone was not overbearing. Instead, he said in a negotiating tone, Hey, kid, do you want to fight or not? All of a sudden, the audience quietened down. Now, it was hard for the students to think that Xiao Jin was bullying the rookie from Star Warrior Alliance. Because Jiang Zhao's battle had just ended. Fang Xiao, who was ranked 3rd in terms of individual strength, was almost pinned to the ground by Jiang Xiao. If it weren't for the competition, Fang Xiao might have died. After the competition just now, there were originally only 2 great demon kings in the Capital Star Warrior Alliance. Now, there seemed to be a 3rd hidden great demon king in the hearts of the students. Under such circumstances, Xiao Jin, who was ranked 4th, actually pointed at Jiang Xiao. Shoo! Suddenly, a sharp whistle came from the east side of the auditorium. Xiao Jin could not help but turn around and saw the great demon king, Zhao Wenlong, standing on the east side of the audience and shouting, He's mine. I'll be the next one. At the side, Ho Mingming's face darkened and she said, Zhao Wenlong, you have to abide by the agreement. Zhao Wenlong snorted and said in fake Mandarin, You're worried that he's a rookie, but he's a master. Ho Mingming said in a deep voice, Do you think one competition can change his attitude towards fighting? Zhao Wenlong said, I'm not trying to change anyone. I just want to see who's worse, you or him. Ho Mingming suddenly stood up and grabbed Zhao Wenlong by the collar. She lifted him up and said, I know what you're thinking. He has already displayed a superb standard, so he'll definitely be the 3rd candidate recommended by the school. I'm telling you, I want a teammate like him to participate in the World Cup with me. He's the one who can really score points. He's the type who can really get a place in the rankings. Glory doesn't depend on your soft-heartedness. Zhao Wenlong pressed his toes against the ground and looked down at Ho Mingming. He said slowly, "It's just a battle. You're thinking too much." Ho Mingming asked, "Is it? Have you not influenced the people around you in the past few years?" Zhao Wenlong said, "I've never deliberately influenced anyone. I'm just doing my best." Due to the fact that the east side of the audience where the two great demon kings were located was relatively empty, the dispute between the two of them was clearly seen by everyone. The noisy stadium fell silent and no one knew what had happened. On the green field below, Xiao Jin had his own personality too. He didn't care about what happened between the two great demon kings at all and simply looked impatient. "What's yours and mine? How troublesome." Xiao Jin pointed his heavenly halberd at Zhao Wenlong and said, "Come down then. We'll fight. The winner will fight the toxic healer." Be it the teachers or the students, all of them were dumbfounded when they heard Xiao Jin's words. Both of them were students from Group A, the top players in the school. One of them was ranked second while the other was ranked fourth. The two of them were going to fight it out so that the winner would have the right to fight the last student? It's not that I don't understand. Is the world changing too fast? Ahem. On the rostrum, Li Liang coughed and said, "Division A can only choose students from Division B. That's the rule of the preliminaries. Rules are a good thing. As long as you abide by them, there won't be any trouble." Xiao Jin muttered and pointed at Jiang Xiao again. "Toxic healer, want to play with me?" All of a sudden, the students looked over. The battle just now was still fresh in their minds. Now, they wanted to see a high-quality battle. Regardless of how sloppy and lazy Xiao Jin was, he would definitely not back down when it came to attacking. Hence, the students started to get agitated and called for Jiang Xiao to fight. However, Jiang Xiao couldn't help but roll his eyes at Xiao Jin. "Who wants to play with you?" "I'll play with my little Jiangshu Jiang." Xiao stood up and put his hands in the shape of a megaphone. He shouted, "Don't choose me, please. Big brothers and big sisters in front of me, please don't choose me. When it's my turn to choose later, I'll still choose Feng Xiao." There was an uproar in the stadium. "Wow! Daddy Xiaopi is being too ruthless. Daddy Shrimpy, are you bullying me? He wants to beat up Feng Xiao? Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter." Feng Xiao had just woken up after being healed, and when he heard this, he fainted again. Ha 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 ha. That's right. This is the toxic healer I know. He was too serious just now. I'm not used to it. Chapter 496. 7 out of 10 for the leader of the Knights of the Bloodbath. In the arena, Xiao Jin scratched his head. Huh. Jiang Xiao scratched his head too. He really didn't expect the students to have such a huge reaction. At the side, Han Jiangxue patted Jiang Zhao's arm and tugged him to sit down. Xiao Jin was stunned for a while before replying in bewilderment. Even if we exclude the two demon kings that the officials have designated, Feng Xiao can't be ranked first. The official rankings are **T. It's not a problem for me to defeat Feng Xiao. You don't have to be obsessed with fighting him. You'll only be ranked first if you defeat me. Boom! There was an uproar in the stadium. Not only did Xiao Jin criticize Feng Xiao, he also criticized the Capital Star Warriors. Are these two trying to piss Feng Xiao off? Xiao Fengxian is right. The rankings are all based on battle results and points. Feng Xiao wins more when he fights others, but when he fights Fengxian, he always loses more than he wins. Jiang Xiao smirked and said, "Look at what you're wearing. You're even wearing slippers. I'm not interested in fighting you." However, Xiao Jin didn't take it to heart. He pinched his singlet with one hand and held onto the sharp heavenly halberd with the other. He shook it gently and said, What I'm wearing is my character, but what I'm holding is my attitude. Huh? Jiang Shao was stunned for a moment. You're even more mischievous than me? Jiang Shao stood up immediately. Xiao Jin's invitations and the students' jeers didn't make Jiang Shao accept the challenge. However, Xiao Jin's words made Jiang Shao leave the arena. As Jiang Shao left the arena, Xiao Jin's lackadaisical expression suddenly changed. His eyes gradually became heated and his body tensed up. Finally, a new opponent. Just as Xiao Jin said, he had already fought with the other contestants for 4 years and knew them well. Of course, he knew who he would have a higher chance of winning against. Besides, he had seen with his own eyes how Jiang Shao defeated Fang Xiao, but Xiao Jin still chose to do so. That indeed represented Xiao Jin's attitude. He might not care about winning or losing, nor did he care about his ranking. All he wanted was a real battle. It was a hearty battle. In the short 10 seconds that Jiang Shao walked down, he watched as Xiao Jin's condition changed and his fighting spirit surged. When Jiang Shao stood on the opposite half of the arena, Xiao Jin's fighting spirit seemed to have reached its peak. His body was even trembling in excitement. Jiang Shao felt that something was amiss. Oh no! I've been cheated! Hidden under this guy's lazy appearance was a heart full of battle lust. He was actually a battle maniac? It was no wonder that Xiao Jin immediately wanted to beat Zhao Wenlong up. If it weren't for the rules, Jiang Shao believed that the two of them would have already started fighting. Looking at the imposing Xiao Jin who was ready to strike, Jiang Shao had an idea and suddenly raised his right hand to look at the referees. Li Liang, speak. Jiang Shao asked, what advantage does the first student to advance after 2 wins have in the next round? Xiao Jin. We haven't even fought and I've already lost? Lord Pai, you're so confident. Li Liang shook his head with a serious expression and said, no advantage at all. Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said, Group A has a huge advantage in the first place and they can choose their opponents at will. Group B is passive and the first student to advance after 2 wins. Yet, they're not giving us an advantage? Aren't they being too much of a bully? Don't they all say that strength speaks for itself? I've already spoken with my strength, but you're still not listening? Wow. Strong. Invincible. Look at how shameless you are. TSK. I love you. Xiaopi is the best. On the rostrum, a teacher whispered to Li Liang, actually, there is an advantage. According to the results of the first round, the top 3 students who advance first will have the right to choose their opponent. Of course, strictly speaking, the top 2 students who advanced first had the right to choose their opponent. After all, there were only 6 students left in the next round and it was an elimination round. Hence, after the top 2 students chose their respective opponents, there would only be 2 students left in the arena and they would have to match themselves. Li Liang nodded and said to Jiang Shao, the first student who advances first has the right to choose his opponent. The first round will be based on the school's ranking, and the second round will be based on who advances first. Jiang Shao nodded and thought, that's more like it. However, what's wrong with Li Liang? Does he have a problem with me? You should be very clear about the rules of the competition, right? Why do you subconsciously deny it when I ask? Is this considered an instinctive resistance? Isn't it because I didn't show you my star map when I was specially recruited? I haven't lit it up yet, so I won't show it to you. I won't show it to you even if I show it to others. La, kid, are you done with your questions? Xiao Jin asked. Clearly, he was more anxious than the referees and couldn't wait for the battle to begin immediately. However, Jiang Shao was intentionally stalling for time because there was clearly something wrong with the contestant opposite him. Regardless of whether he was pretending to be lazy or not, he was extremely eager to fight. He was ready to go and his aura was high. That was clearly disadvantageous to Jiang Shao. Battles were not just about the body but also about the mind. Jiang Shao had 2 plans in mind. He could either wait for Xiao Jin to cool down or at least act more normally. Or he could make the flames in Xiao Jin's heart burn even more intensely, making him impatient and anxious. The more anxious Xiao Jin was, the more mistakes he would make. Jiang Xiao slowly pulled out the giant sword on his back and said, "This sword is from the Xia family." Everyone was dumbfounded. Why does that sound so familiar? The toxic healer seemed to have said that during the National League? Li Liang, who was on the rostrum, said, "The competition begins." Humph. Jiang Xiao humphed coldly and looked at Xiao Jin. "I respect you, my opponent. That's why I introduced myself. However, the referees don't understand my respect and my honor as a warrior." Xiao Jin gripped his halberd tightly and was extremely anxious. However, after hearing Jiang Zhao's words, he had no choice but to suppress his impatience and say, "Continue. I'm listening." Jiang Xiao nodded and sighed slowly. There was silence in the stadium. What's going on? Hasn't the competition already begun? Why are the two of them chatting? Respect? Who are you kidding? Weren't you barking at Fang Xiao just now? Jiang Xiao rubbed the blade gently with one hand and continued, "I, Jiang Xiaopi, am a disciple of Xia Yan. After learning this skill, I've dominated the world for several years. In the field of cold weapons, be it spears or daggers, I've never met a worthy opponent. But you..." Jiang Xiao raised his sword and pointed it at Xiao Jin from afar. "You're the first player I've met who uses a halberd, but your fate has already been decided. You'll definitely die under my sword. The Xia family doesn't kill nameless people. Tell me your name." "Wow!" Xia Yan clenched her fists in excitement and couldn't help but jump up. "That's so cool. When can I be like him?" At the side, Han Jiangxue poured a ladle of cold water on Xia Yan's head to cool her down. "You can do it now too, but you might lose terribly." Xia Yan was speechless. Feeling that she might have been too harsh with her words, Han Jiangxue said, "Since you have a goal, work hard. Xiaopi is indeed very talented in swordsmanship. Don't be arrogant and learn from him." However, Xia Yan could no longer hear Han Jiangxue's words. She muttered, "He said, I'm the Xia family's saber. He shall change his name to Xia Xiaopi from now on." Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. On the green field, Xiao Jin gripped his heavenly halberd tightly, and his body trembled in agitation, though it was unknown if it was because he had been provoked or because he was anxious. Xiao Jin swung his halberd and dragged it along the ground while dashing towards Jiang Xiao frantically. "Zhongji Xiao Jin, I'm not fighting anymore." Jiang Xiao suddenly turned around and left with his sword. "Be careful! Don't!" Cries of alarm suddenly came from the stadium. Xiao Jin was holding onto his heavenly halberd and had already dashed to Jiang Zhao's back. The bright and sharp heavenly halberd was stabbed a few centimeters away from Jiang Zhao's back. Xiao Jin reacted extremely quickly and hurriedly retracted his hand. His trembling hand stopped and the heavenly halberd stopped stabbing forward too. Jiang Xiao was fine and unharmed, but Xiao Jin's face was flushed red and he was about to bleed. Xiao Jin slammed on the brakes abruptly and staggered. He really couldn't stop himself and even leaped forward with one leg before stabbing his halberd diagonally into the ground. Only then did he manage to stabilize himself. "Jiang Xiaopi, why did you suddenly stop?" Xiao Jin finally exploded and hollered angrily. Hearing this, Jiang Xiao stopped in his tracks and turned around. "You're not giving me the same respect." Xiao Jin stabbed his heavenly halberd into the ground and said, "Didn't I already introduce myself?" Jiang Xiao said, "You didn't tell me the name of your weapon or halberd technique. How many years have you been cultivating and who your master is?" Xiao Jin controlled his temper, suppressing the urge to stab Jiang Xiao to death, and said loudly, "The weapon is called Fangtian halberd. What I learned is..." Jiang Xiao suddenly interrupted. "Heavenly halberd? The one that Lu Bu used?" Xiao Jin paused for a moment and squeezed out a word. Yes. Jiang Shao suddenly smiled and said, Hey, I heard that Heavenly Halberd has +8 martial strength? The Snake Spear and Green Dragon Crescent Blade are only +5, right? The Heavenly Sword and Green Dragon Sword can't even compare to it. Hey, by the way, how much is the 7-star Treasure Blade plus martial strength? Xiao Jin was dumbfounded. Chapter 497. Jiang Shao and Xiao Jin chatted for nearly 3 minutes, causing all the teachers and students to be dumbfounded. Li Liang finally couldn't take it anymore and yelled, The competition begins! Got it, got it. You're so annoying. Jiang Shao waved his hand impatiently and glanced at Li Liang in disdain. To his surprise, the scene made Qin Wanchuan, who was hiding in the back row, freeze in shock. His words and demeanor are exactly the same as Xia Yan's? Qin Wanchuan couldn't help but recall how he was despised by Goddess Yan a few weeks ago. Xiao Jin couldn't hold it in any longer. He was about to go crazy from anxiety. His entire focus was on fighting Jiang Shao, yet he was being dragged around by Jiang Shao for half a day, talking about the Heavenly Halberd plus martial strength, and even talking about the red hair plus movement speed. As soon as he heard Teacher Li Liang's words, Xiao Jin immediately gripped his Heavenly Halberd tightly and yelled, Fight! Jiang Shao nodded unwillingly, looking like he was having a good time talking to her. Okay, step back. Go back to your side. Xiao Jin asked, What did you say? Jiang Shao blinked and said matter-of-factly, Go back, the competition has officially begun. Xiao Jin asked, Can't we just fight? Nonsense. Did you take advantage of the distance between us? That's the only advantage I have. Jiang Shao stomped his feet in anger. You don't have any star techniques like teleportation, so your attack speed is definitely not as fast as mine. You'll definitely be hit by my sound of silence during the distance between you and me. I can seal your star techniques. Xiao Jin was speechless. The audience was speechless too. What the toxic healer said was right and reasonable, but how could he tell his opponent so bluntly? Jiang Shao said confidently, Besides, if you're going to make the first move, my sound of silence will interrupt the process of you using your star technique. I can even make your breathing unstable and your footsteps messed up. I can also interrupt your battle rhythm. Xiao Jin was so exasperated that he almost burst into laughter. He nodded fiercely and quickly walked back to his side with his Heavenly Halberd on the stage. The veins on Li Liang's forehead were bulging. Seeing that the two of them seemed to be playing a game, he immediately slammed the table fiercely and shouted angrily, The competition begins! In the blink of an eye, Xiao Jin wielded his ancient halberd. The sharp tip of the halberd dragged across the turf, leaving a trail of mud in its wake. His slender body sped over. Jiang Shao suddenly raised his hand. Xiao Jin's eyes were bloodshot. After waiting for so long, this final battle had finally arrived. He knew that he couldn't dodge such a large area of effect, so he didn't bother dodging. Brandishing his ancient halberd, he charged forward. Impatient, he was burning with anxiety. One's character would ultimately determine one's fate. Jiang Shao suddenly raised his hand, but what he threw out was not sound of silence, but blessing. After being blocked time and time again, Xiao Jin was so anxious that his eyes were bloodshot. He was ready to take on this shot of silence head-on, but all he got was a pillar of blessing. A beam of light that he could have dodged. Whoosh! The pillar of blessing instantly enveloped Xiao Jin's body. Xiao Jin's excited and impatient expression instantly froze. His body stiffened and his footsteps became erratic. He felt dizzy, but he felt extremely comfortable. All the pores on his body opened up comfortably, as though he was enjoying the warmth and beauty of April. The next moment, Jiang Zhao's figure suddenly flashed and he appeared half a meter in front of Xiao Jin. He extended his right leg and tripped Xiao Jin, who was charging forward, onto the ground. Cries of surprise could be heard from the audience. Ah, it can't be? No. F*ck, however, Jiang Zhao's movements were extremely fluid. He first tripped Xiao Jin, then swept his leg upwards and stepped on Xiao Jin, who was about to be flung away. The next moment, amidst the crowd's exclamations, a sharp giant blade brushed past Xiao Jin's cheek and stabbed deep into the ground. It was a close call and a close call. The little toxic healer had stopped once again. The outcome had been decided. The victor had been decided. 3 minutes to prepare, 3 seconds to decide the victor. Great! Li Liang's roar shocked the teachers around him. His voice was transmitted through the microphone, causing the entire stadium to fall silent. Li Liang actually praised someone? And he even used such simple and straightforward words? Wasn't he suppressing his anger just now? Why did he suddenly become like this? There were many people who had the same reaction as Li Liang, including Zhao Wenlong, who was seated on the east side. Oh! He even stood up agitatedly. His eyes were like torches, exuding a scorching glow as he stared at Jiang Zhao. From the beginning to the end, he seemed to be carefully sizing up this powerful warrior who had suddenly appeared. Ho Mingming raised her eyebrows and said, "He's advanced. You can't fight him anymore." Zhao Wenlong clenched his fists and said, "This kid is really strong." Ho Mingming pursed her lips and said, 3 seconds to decide the victor? Definitely not 3 seconds. Zhao Wenlong said solemnly and looked at Jiang Zhao in awe. This battle has already begun since the moment he discovered Xiao Jin's weakness. Zhao Wenlong continued, "It's better to attack the mind than the strategy." Ho Mingming finally smiled and nodded. Clearly, she was on the same level as Zhao Wenlong, not only in terms of combat skills, but also in terms of combat intelligence. The two of them were a level higher than most of the contestants. Ho Mingming agreed. He has long displayed such combat intelligence. During the National League, he used a special method to find the hidden Yuan Qinghua. That method is extremely absurd, but it's also extremely effective. In any battle, when the competition on the physical level rises to the psychological level, it would rise to the level of targeting the opponent's weakness. That would be a high-quality battle. The easier it was and the more effortless it was, the more successful the plan would be. Was Xiao Jin strong? Of course he was. He was the top one-on-one fighter in the Capital Star Warriors, and the ranking given by the officials was very valuable. Moreover, he had been defeated so cleanly. What did this mean? It could only mean that his opponent was stronger. Xiao Jin, who was lying on the ground, slowly snapped back to his senses. However, he did not get up and instead turned his head to look at the giant sword that was stained with blood. The blood on the blade was still a clear indication that Jiang Zhao had defeated the third strongest fighter in the school. Now, his situation told everyone that the little toxic healer had defeated the fourth strongest fighter in the school. Clean and efficient, as smooth as flowing water. Xiao Jin stared at the giant blade in a daze for nearly half a minute before he slowly regained his senses. Xiao Jin flipped over and laid on the grass. He laughed in an extremely carefree manner. "Is this the reason why you've been talking nonsense with me for more than 3 minutes? Jiang Zhao shrugged and said, "So, how much does the 7-star sword add to combat points?" Xiao Jin lay on the grass and looked up at Jiang Zhao. He said, "Many practical training teachers have reprimanded me and told me to change my bad habit of being impatient during battles. They always said that one day I would die because of my temper. My classmates have always said that I'm impatient and useless, but I used my impatience to kill them all. I didn't expect to fall into your hands today." Jiang Zhao bent down and extended his hand to Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin grabbed Jiang Zhao's hand and slowly stood up. "When did you start plotting and scheming? Ever since I acted impatient?" Jiang Zhao shook his head and said, "What you wear is your personality, but what you hold in your hand is your attitude." "Huh?" Xiao Jin walked towards his ancient halberd that had fallen not too far away as he furrowed his brows. It has already begun from this sentence? Jiang Shao pulled out his sword and said, You seem like an extreme person. You switched from life to battle and went from lazy to passionate. I don't know how you switched back and forth between the two styles, but your desire for battle is indeed too high. Sigh, I've been seen through. I'm having a mental breakdown. Xiao Jin rested the halberd on his shoulder and raised his right hand towards the judges. I admit defeat. There was an uproar among the audience. Damn it! He admitted defeat just like that. Although, how should I put it? Are the two of them putting on an act? That strike was clear and unambiguous. What's there to doubt? If Jiang Xiaopi hadn't stopped, Xiao Jin would have lost his head. Xiao Jin turned to look at Jiang Shao and said, I'll wait for you in the next round. Remember to choose me. Jiang Shao answered firmly, I'm not fighting. Xiao Jin's expression changed and he said in displeasure, Give me a chance. Jiang Shao looked at Xiao Jin with his giant sword on his back and smiled. I still prefer Feng Xiao. Xiao Jin was speechless. #@yen #@. Li Liang looked at Jiang Shao with admiration in his eyes and said, The first to advance to the next round is Jiang Xiaopi. Woo hooray! Jiang Zhao's group of friends and relatives cheered. Lu Yang was obviously too agitated as he actually rode on Jiang Zhao's body and strangled Jiang Zhao's neck with his left hand while raising his right hand high. He cheered maniacally as if he was the one who had won. Kai Yao pulled Lu Yang down in a fluster. With the first round as a foundation, Lu Yang had a high opinion of Jiang Zhao's combat power, which was further confirmed by the second round. He's ranked last, yet he's the first to advance to the next round? He went from the last place in the first round to the first place in the second round. I'm going up 1/ at a time. What's there to say? From this moment on, the thug had already made up his mind to not miss out on any of the competitions in the future. He wanted to see how the gangsters would make their way to the World Cup. The next round was an elimination round, and as the first to advance, Jiang Shao had the right to choose his opponent first. That was undoubtedly a huge advantage for Jiang Shao. Firstly, Jiang Shao could guarantee that he wouldn't be chosen by Ho Mingming or Zhao Wenlong. Secondly, if Feng Xiao worked hard, Jiang Shao would be able to beat the lackey up again. He advanced and vented his frustrations. Life. How delightful. Jiang Shao sat on the chair and leaned back. All of a sudden, he put an arm around Xia Yan's shoulder and whispered into her ear, Have you learned it? Xia Yan was still basking in the excitement of Jiang Zhao's advancement. Upon hearing his words, she asked in bewilderment, What? Jiang Shao whispered, The 13th move of the Xia family swordsmanship, rambling. Xia Yan was bewildered. What did you say? Jiang Shao whispered, Rambling is fine. These two idioms are not bad, but I haven't decided which one to use yet. It appeared. The king of idioms, Jiang Xiaopi. Xia Yan picked up Jiang Zhao's giant sword and barked furiously, Shut up! Jiang Shao hurriedly pressed down on Xia Yan's wrist and comforted her. Hey! So many people are watching. You have thousands of apprentices. You have to maintain your image as a great teacher. You're my master now. In the future, teach me. I want the giant sword to have the same effect as a dagger. Xia Yan requested. No problem. Jiang Shao immediately responded without any hesitation. A drop of water should be returned with a spring of water. He touched his chin and thought to himself, I have to complete the last 9 moves of the Xia family swordsmanship as soon as possible. She taught me 9 moves, so I have to return them to her no matter what. Yes, that makes sense. I'm such a polite toxic healer. Chapter 498. In Beijing, the stadium of Star Warriors University was bustling with activity as the exciting battles continued. In the northwest, at the foot of the Night Disaster Mountain, as early as 2 weeks ago, Nine-Tailed and her 2 teammates entered the underground cave of the Night Disaster Mountain together under the guidance of Second Last's master. The Night Disaster Mountain was a special dimensional space where there were creatures of other dimensions in the continuous mountains and wilderness. However, there were very few of them. The fundamental reason was that the creatures there all came from the underground cave, and their biological characteristics seemed to have determined that they didn't like wide areas. Dark, deep caves and tunnels were their favorite places to explore. At this moment, Jiang Xiao was in a spacious cave, carefully correcting Second Last's movements. In the large cave, the 2 of them were provided with light by 2 golden candle flames that were leaning against the wall. They were round and about the size of a volleyball, but their skin was transparent and there was golden red star power flowing through them. They didn't have hands or legs, but they had a pair of feet. There were no legs under their round, transparent, spherical bodies. To be exact, their legs were very short and almost negligible. Only a pair of round, flat feet could be seen, which allowed them to walk freely. The eyes of the golden candle flames were 2 golden red flames. At first glance, the color of the candle flames would be rather terrifying, but after interacting with them for a long time, one would realize that they were adorable and adorable. They also had small mouths, but they usually wouldn't open them. Once they opened their mouths, the golden red star power in their transparent skin would flow out. Clearly, they didn't like the star power that they had painstakingly absorbed to flow out. Besides, their hairstyles were supported by the golden star power. Yes, their spherical bodies could only be considered half a ball, and there were golden red flames burning on top of their heads. It was a type of walking bonfire that could provide light for the Guardians of the Night and even assist them in carrying out their missions. Every creature of other dimensions had different characteristics, and most of them were violent and fond of killing, such as the white ghoul witches and the troll warriors. However, the golden candle flames were different. They were similar to the tear spirits in the forest of Tear Rain and the little fire mud in the Black Rock Mountain. They loved to play and would not harm other creatures. Not only were they weak in combat, but they were also very timid. If Little Fire Clay and Tear Spirit were naughty kids, then the golden red candle was an obedient baby. This kind of creature was also one of the rare creatures that could be thrown into the Star Beast amusement park to play with human children. At this moment, 2 golden red candles were leaning against the corner of the wall and staring curiously at Second Last, who was practicing her swordsmanship. All of a sudden, a stern male voice sounded in the tunnel. "Light chasing team, Second Last." Second Last and Nine-Tails stopped moving and turned to look at the deep tunnel. The eyes of the 2 golden red candles were instantly extinguished. They closed their eyes tightly and quickly turned around to face the corner of the wall. They gathered together, shivering, as if they would not be discovered if they faced the wall. However, the golden red flames burning above their heads betrayed them completely. After all, the 2 of them were the ones providing the light. A soldier rushed over and said anxiously, "The dimensional space has been opened frequently again. The higher-ups have instructed all the light-chasing army members who are currently active in the Dajiang province to take on the task of destroying the holy ground. Return to Earth now and contact the light-chasing army commander in the nearest military camp to apply for the next step of the mission. Execute it immediately." Second Last said in a sonorous voice, "Yes." The soldier continued, "Leave this dimensional space quickly. The Guardians of the Night have already received orders that the dimensional space will be destroyed soon." Nine-Tails frowned slightly behind her vortex-shaped mask. The dimensional space of the Night Disaster Mountain was not very threatening, and in fact, the creatures of other dimensions only liked to go underground. They rarely wandered on the surface, let alone accidentally enter Earth. "Are we going to destroy this dimensional space too?" How serious is the situation outside? Is it going to be like the Snow Mountain domain previously? Is it opening frequently? Without any doubts, Second Last put the giant sword behind her back and said to Nine-Tails, "Let's go." The two of them quickly scurried into the tunnel, and the two small golden-red candles waited for a long time in the huge cave. After there was no more sound, they opened their eyes curiously and scanned the surroundings. After discovering that there were no traces of humans, the two little guys jumped up happily and scampered towards the other side of the tunnel. Tail Feather Team gather. Second Last was very familiar with the place. After all, she had been there for 2 weeks and had already figured out the terrain. Fei Shui and Enai scurried out of the tunnel on the other side, while Enai was holding a golden-red candle that was watching curiously in her arms. There was a reason why the golden-red candle was weak. Its flames were not hot, and neither its golden-red body nor the flames on its head were hot enough to burn one's hands. Or rather, it was not a flame at all, but a phenomenon similar to star power. Second Last said in a hoarse and unquestionable voice, "Throw it away." Enai pursed her lips aggrievedly, but she dared not disobey Second Last at all. Instead, she bent down and placed the golden-red candle on the ground. The little guy was already frightened by Second Last, and it curled up its feet in its body. As soon as it landed on the ground, it bounced up and down like a volleyball and scattered golden-red sparks. The golden-red candle's body became unsteady and it stretched its legs out of its soft body. It hurriedly scooted towards Enai's feet and shivered. Jiang Shao recognized the golden-red candle, which was different from the other ones that were the size of a volleyball. Its size was close to the size of a basketball because Enai always fed it star power candies. Ever since they went deep into the underground cave 2 weeks ago, it was the first golden-red candle that Enai had encountered. Since then, it had been bewitched by the candies and had never left Enai's side. It had added a touch of color to Enai's miserable apprenticeship. Although it had never been embedded in Enai's star map, it had almost become Enai's personal pet because of the characteristics of the star beast. Jiang Shao knew that Enai had feelings for it and finally couldn't help but say, "Let her take it." All of a sudden, everyone in the team was stunned. Nine-Tailed actually spoke? And she's even pleading for Enai? Fei Shui stared at Nine-Tailed dumbfoundedly and even thought that what he had just heard was an illusion. Enai was overjoyed and thought, "I didn't tell you about the Tear Spirit star bead in vain. It's indeed my good little Geo." Enai looked at Second Last expectantly, only to see that her master was frowning slightly, seemingly unwilling to waste time on such matters. She waved her hand casually and no longer bothered about the issue. She continued, "Return to Earth as soon as possible." Second Last then took the lead and scurried upwards. Enai hurriedly bent down and picked up the round golden-red candle before catching up with the two light chasers in front of her. Looking at little Geo in front of her, Enai said gratefully, "Thank you." However, Nine-Tailed was still the same as before. She didn't respond at all. Fei Shui was still a little confused. He didn't know what was going on, and the tunnel was so long. After running for a long time, he couldn't help but ask, "Master, are we going to enter the next stage of training?" Second Last didn't hide the truth and simply said, "Destroy the holy ground." Fei Shui was massive and he had no choice but to bend forward in the tunnel. He couldn't help but ask, "Destroy the holy ground? What holy ground?" This time, Second Last didn't stand on ceremony and bark sternly, "Shut up, listen to my orders, and execute." Fei Shui cringed in fear and kept quiet while following Nine-Tailed closely in front of him. At this moment, both Fei Shui and Enai had an unrealistic fantasy that little Geo would be the only one who could appease Master if they were to piss him off one day. The group ran out of the underground cave and quickly ran back to the portal between the Night Disaster Mountain and Earth, only to see the Guardians packing their bags. The highly developed Night Shelter Mountain was going to be destroyed just like that? Nine-Tailed thought to herself that it was a pity and also felt bewildered. She then followed second last out of the portal and returned to Earth. The dimensional space of the Night Disaster Mountain was located in the mountains of the northwest of China. As soon as everyone rushed out, they were slightly stunned. In front of them, there were a few soldiers with stiff expressions who were staring at them in disbelief. Second last and the others hurriedly turned around and looked into the distance, only to see that there were balls of golden candlelight continuously falling from the sky in the starry night sky. Apart from the golden candles, there were also giant worms that were spewing venom. The second creature in the Night Disaster Mountain was the golden-red giant worm. Fei Shui's Adam's apple moved and he asked, "What's that? Why is the holy ground of the Night Disaster Mountain in the sky? This doesn't make sense." Een and I hugged the golden-red candle in her arms tightly and looked up at the sky. She had been cultivating in the Night Disaster Mountain for nearly half a year and was extremely familiar with the sky there. This isn't the sky on Earth. This is the starry sky of the Night Disaster Mountain? What happened? Haven't we already walked out of the Night Disaster Mountain? Een and I panicked and turned to look at the soldiers who were equally dumbfounded. She asked loudly, "This is Earth, right? This is Dajiang Province, south of Mount Bai, right?" One of the guards looked at the team that walked out of the dimensional space and nodded silently. He then added, "Yes, it's 12:11 a.m. now. Noon? You're telling me it's noon under the starry night sky?" Chapter 499. I'll give 810 points to the leader of the Knights of Bloodlust. China's Kingdom. In the stadium of Xingwu University, the exciting competition was still going on. Although Li Liang was watching the competition below, he was still thinking about Jiang Zhao's performance just now. Ever since the competition just now, the stubborn Li Liang seemed to have finally changed his view of Jiang Zhao. This kid has swordsmanship, control, endurance, healing, teleportation, and most importantly, brains. He's a player who competes with his brain. He's far-sighted and has a keen sense of smell. His every move, laughter, and scolding are all tricks. At the thought of this, Li Liang couldn't help but lower his head and tick Jiang Zhao's information. If there were no problems in the next elimination round, Ho Mingming, Zhao Wenlong, and Jiang Zhao should have no problem getting recommended. As for how far they could go in the future, and whether they could enter the national team, it would depend on their own luck. The selection for the national team was the same as the World Cup, which was a single elimination tournament. Besides, the selection for the national team would not be divided into groups A and B like the school did in order to ensure that the strong would advance. For example, in the national team selection, Ho Mingming might encounter Zhao Wenlong. Under the single elimination system, either Ho Mingming or Zhao Wenlong would definitely advance. So, strength was one thing, luck was another. Jiang Zhao had successfully advanced to the next round, while the other 11 contestants had either one win or one loss. If they wanted to advance, they would have to fight another round. Hence, Jiang Zhao could recuperate for now. If nothing went wrong, he would have 3 opponents to choose from in the next round. If he was no longer in Group A, he would have 5 choices. Well, it's very comfortable. Xiaopi, this guy doesn't seem to have enough output and he's a rules awakened. You can control him all the way until he dies. Xia Yan nudged Jiang Zhao gently with her elbow but did not get any response. Xiaopi. Xia Yan turned to look at Jiang Zhao, only to see that he was in a daze. She reached out and waved her hand in front of Jiang Zhao. Jiang Zhao snapped back to his senses with a sullen expression. He grabbed her slender palm with one hand, only to feel some calluses. How long has it been since I last wished her well? Why are there calluses again? It seemed that Xia Yan had been training very hard without Jiang Zhao knowing. White light emanated from Jiang Zhao's hand and he gently held her palm. More than 10 seconds later, The calluses on her right hand slowly fell off and her fair and tender skin grew out. Her hand returned to its fair and tender state. Wow! Xia Yan couldn't help but click her tongue and sigh softly. The low level of blessing wouldn't make her feel dizzy and dizzy. While retaining her consciousness, she also felt extremely comfortable. It was simply a miraculous medical skill. Jiang Xiao picked up her other hand and held it in his palm. A white glow flashed in his hand and moistened her palm. He said, "I'm a little tired. Let's rest for a while. This is a good opportunity for you to observe your opponent, but you want to sleep?" Xia Yan asked with a look of bewilderment. With a solemn expression, Jiang Xiao looked at Xia Yan and said, "Wait a moment, I'll take a break." Slightly stunned, Xia Yan nodded thoughtfully. On the other hand, Jiang Xiao leaned back slightly and closed his eyes to rest in the noisy stadium. Xia Yan's hands were soaked in the hot spring, and she gently flipped them back and forth. Unfortunately, the white light in Jiang Xiao's hand soon dissipated, and Xia Yan finally retracted her hand reluctantly. However, she didn't look away. She quietly looked at Jiang Xiao, who was taking a nap, and couldn't help but think to herself, "What exactly happened?" "You're asking me what exactly happened?" That was also the question that Jiang Xiao wanted to ask. His bait, which was also the nine-tailed, that was currently in the northwest, was currently waiting for Second Last's orders in confusion. Second Last had already entered the military camp for more than a minute, and she reckoned that she should have gone to ask her superiors for instructions on the mission. During this time, piles of golden-red candle flames and golden-red giant worms were falling from the sky like dumplings. After Yin and I repeatedly confirmed with the soldiers that they were on Earth, she was staring at the strange phenomenon in the sky in a daze. Due to the characteristics of the creatures of other dimensions, the bodies of the golden-red candle flames and the golden-red giant worms were all golden-red and burning with flames. Hence, the holy ground in the sky, it was as if there was a golden-red waterfall flowing downwards, which was extremely majestic and spectacular. Did the dimensional space directly invade Earth? Originally, the dimensional space would only open a portal on Earth. After entering, one would enter a dimensional space of various forms. In this dimensional space, one would be able to find a holy ground. The holy ground was the main passage that connected the upper and lower dimensions. Now, without the buffer of the dimensional space in the lower dimension, the holy ground was directly opened on Earth. Buzz, buzz, an open-top military vehicle sped over and stopped right beside them. "Get in." Second Last, who was in the car, commanded. She got up from the driver's seat and walked towards the passenger's seat. The three apprentices frantically perked up, and Nine-Tailed understood what she meant. Without asking anything, she got into the driver's seat. "West." Second Last commanded. "West? But the gate of the holy ground is in the east, Yin and I exclaimed in shock. "That's someone else's task," Second Last said in a hoarse voice. Her body swayed along with the military vehicle on the mountainous terrain. She then said, "It's already dark in the northwestern part of the province." As soon as she said that, there was silence in the vehicle. "It's already dark? What do you mean? Is the northwestern part of Dajiang province different from the rest of the country now? It's noon when the sun is shining brightly in other places? Is it only dark here?" The military vehicle sped all the way to the foot of the mountain and finally dashed onto the road, heading west. Just as the road was leveled and the military vehicle was no longer shaking violently, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard in the sky in front of them. The sound was extremely loud, and two pitch-black lightning streaked across the night sky. Fei Shui opened his mouth wide and looked up at the two fighter jets. He then turned around and looked in the direction where the fighter jets were flying, staring at the holy ground in the distance. A few seconds later, rumble! The deafening sound came from the sky in the distance, and at the next moment, The flames of the explosion seemed to have spread to the entire sky, completely exploding at the portal in the sky. Fei Shui couldn't help but cover his eyes. Under the dark sky, the explosion was so bright that it made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Soon, when the flames dissipated, the holy ground in the sky also disappeared without a trace. It wasn't that his eyesight was good, but rather that the golden-red waterfall that was flowing down from the sky had finally stopped. Yi's movements were a little shaky as she hugged the warm and soft golden-red candle in her arms tightly. As a guardian of the Knight Apprentice who used to be an outstanding Star Warrior student, she had seen too many dimensional spaces and had never been afraid of them. Today, she felt like the end of the world was coming for the first time. There was a qualitative difference between opening the holy ground in a dimensional space and opening it directly on Earth. The headlights of the military vehicle were bright, and it seemed to have become the only source of light in the night sky. No, there was still a golden-red candle in Yi's arms, which seemed to have brought warmth and light to everyone. Ninetails held onto the steering wheel with one hand and stepped on the accelerator. All of a sudden, she stretched out her right hand and touched Second Last's thigh. Second Last was standing in the front passenger seat with one hand on the beam in the middle of the convertible military vehicle while staring at the sky behind her. Sensing Ninetails' call, Second Last turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" Ninetails stretched out her hand and pointed forward. Ninetails turned around with one hand on the window frame in front of the car, but her almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly. There were two golden-red candles that were burning at the edge of the forest on the left of the road. They were playing around and dashing towards the road. Second Last glanced at the dense forest, where she could vaguely see a trace of fire. Second Last made a prompt decision and said, "Stop the car. The holy ground of Mount Tragic Night is rather hidden and should have yet to be discovered. It might have just been opened. Let's go and destroy it." The two golden-red candles jumped onto the road and the military vehicle sped towards them. The two little fellows were so frightened that they closed their eyes and extinguished their candles. They were too frightened to move. Screech, the sound of the tires rubbing against the ground was extremely ear-piercing, and the vehicle stopped abruptly in front of the two little fellows, almost knocking them down. The four of them quickly jumped out of the car and ran into the forest. After a while, the two golden-red candles opened their eyes and stared at the massive military vehicle in front of them. The two little fellows hesitated for a while before scurrying away. In the forest, Second Last waved the giant sword in her hand continuously and the wind howled, causing the forest to be covered with a layer of frost. The golden-red candles that were running around curled up into a ball because of the cold. However, the golden-red giant worms with sharp horns were not as cute as the golden-red candles. Not only were they different in appearance, but they were also brutal. In Mount Tragic Night, they fed on their own kind and the golden-red candles. Their sharp horns could pierce through the transparent skin of the golden-red candles and absorb the star power in them to nourish themselves. As the name suggested, the golden-red giant worms were golden-red in color with black stripes occasionally. Most of them had 6 legs and sharp barbs on their limbs. They also had a large, sharp horn on their head. Not only could the sharp horn be used as a weapon to stab and poke, but it could also be used to suck the flesh and blood of prey. In fact, it could even spurt golden-red venom. The special liquid that was composed of star power was relatively corrosive. Be it the same kind or the golden-red candles, it would be troublesome for them to be sprayed on. Similarly, it was the same for humans. Hence, for the team, their lives should not be too threatened, but it would be a problem if they could walk out of the forest with their clothes intact. Chapter 500. Most of the golden-red giant worms were about 2 meters long, and some queen worms could grow to more than 5 meters. However, these queen worms would not provoke their own kind. They moved slower than their own kind and only hunted the golden-red candle flames. Most of these brood mothers were responsible for the reproduction of the race, and most of them had a good ending. Most of the golden red giant worms bred from its eggs would stay by its mother's side and search for prey for its mother. Only when the mother worm died would the golden red giant worms disperse and start their own lives. When the golden red giant worm and the golden red candle flame were together, they were like powerful gods. They could ravage the golden red candle flame wantonly. However, if the golden red giant worm were to be placed in other dimensional spaces, it wouldn't even be considered a little brother. Most of them were silver quality creatures and only had 2-star techniques: sharp horn and golden red liquid. Apart from poking at the golden red candlelight with its sharp horn, it couldn't bully anyone else. Only the corrosive golden red liquid could barely be considered a means of attack. Their movement speed and physical defense were really low. Even the brass white ghouls in the snowfield could trample them to pieces, let alone the silver tear creatures of the same species. Of course, he could crush it, but he could forget about the white ghoul's feet. These worms' stomachs were full of golden red fluid. Like now, be careful. Een and I held the golden red candle flame in her arms and raised one hand high. A layer of frost suddenly appeared on the bodies of the 4 people. QB cut off the giant worm in front of him with one slash. The golden red liquid exploded and splashed on his body, but it was blocked by the layer of frost. The sound of the venom corroding the frost was very uncomfortable. What Nine-Tailed could not tolerate the most was that her giant steel blade was also being corroded. Although the degree of corrosion was not great, Nine-Tailed did not know how long this battle would last. At the side, Second Last swung her sword and severed the 2-meter-long giant worm. She then turned into mist and dodged the exploding golden red liquid. Second Last commanded, "Everyone, disperse and ignore these worms. Report to me as soon as you find the holy ground. If you have the ability, destroy it directly before dealing with the golden red worms." Second Last's thoughts were clear and she grasped the main contradiction. Given the abilities of the 4-man team, the speed at which they killed the worms was far slower than the speed at which the worms surged out of the holy ground. They were going to attack the root of the problem and destroy the holy ground. At the same time, in the stadium of the capital Star Warriors University. "Shrimpy! Shrimpy!" Han Jiangxue placed a hand on Jiang Zhao's shoulder and shook it gently. "It's time for you to appear." The group of relatives and friends looked at the sleeping Jiang Zhao in bewilderment, wondering what tricks he was going to play. They had long wanted to wake Jiang Zhao up, but Xia Yan was keeping a close eye on him and wouldn't let them. Hence, they had no choice but to wake Jiang Zhao up before the competition began. Jiang Zhao opened his eyes with a sullen expression. After hearing Han Jiangshue's words, he asked, "Which 5 students advanced?" "Forget it, you don't have to say any more. Why don't you just tell me that I, Fang Xiaojin, did not advance?" Han Jiangxue answered, "Fang Xiao has advanced." "What's wrong with you? What happened?" Looking at the worried look on Han Jiangshue's face, Jiang Zhao grabbed the giant sword from Xia Yan and said, "I'll tell you about it when we get back." Jiang Zhao and his decoy both had their own brains and were dual-core processors. They could communicate with each other, but they could also shield each other's senses. The creatures in the dimensional space like the Night Disaster Mountain wouldn't put the decoy, Jiang Zhao, in a life-and-death situation. However, the situation this time was too bizarre, especially since the 9-tailed beast was searching around in the forest. The battlefield was chaotic and Jiang Zhao had no choice but to keep his attention on it. Opening the holy ground on Earth? Is the Night Disaster Mountain rebelling? Jiang Zhao held the sword with a sullen expression and scurried down. Amidst the cheers of the students in the stadium, Jiang Zhao yelled, "Fang Xiao! Hurry up! I'm in a hurry!" The atmosphere in the stadium immediately exploded. "This kid is really going to bully us. Lord Shrimpy. He's already stabbed us once and yet he wants to stab us again?" Among the contestants who advanced, Zhao Wenlong and Xiao Jin, who were full of anticipation, shook their heads and sighed dejectedly. Wow! This little toxic healer is going too far. Don't you feel your scalp go numb? Hee hee, Fang Xiao, what do you say? Get up from where you fell. Real men have to fight back. Fight back? I'm afraid it's going to be difficult. He was insta-killed just now, wasn't he? The audience in all directions buzzed. Fang Xiao, who was originally sitting in the audience seat, could no longer sit still and stood up. Fang Xiao listened to the discussions around him and said exasperatedly, "Let's fight then." Unexpectedly, Jiang Xiao seemed to be even more exasperated than him. He stomped his feet and repeated himself before yelling, "Hurry up and get down! Don't dawdle! I'm in a hurry!" If the first sentence was a provocation, the second sentence was exactly the same. Everyone could not help but think that the little toxic healer was up to no good again. Be it the teachers or the students, they were all observing Jiang Xiao silently and thinking about his intentions. Xiao Jin, who had just been taught a lesson, perked up his ears and held the heavenly halberd tightly like a student who was listening attentively. However, they were all wrong. Jiang Xiao was really in a hurry. But this time, Fang Zhao's legs were equipped with 2 real triangular bayonets. After walking up the stage, he fixed his gaze on Jiang Xiao. Then, he hunched his body and tightened his legs. He remained silent like a wooden man. Unlike the last time they met, Fang Xiao did not provoke Jiang Xiao this time. It seemed that the matter of him teaching Jiang Xiao a lesson had been left unsettled. Looking at Fang Zhao's guarded expression, Jiang Xiao frowned. This kid hasn't broken down yet. He still has the strength to fight. Therefore, trash talk was a must. Jiang Xiao pointed his sword at Fang Xiao and said, "Aren't you going to teach me a lesson on behalf of your master?" Fang Xiao was burning with rage and his expression was extremely stiff. However, he still did not say anything. Jiang Xiao continued, "Why don't you call him? You can't do it. Let him do it himself." Fang Zhao's body tensed up and he stared at Jiang Xiao without moving, seemingly unaffected by Jiang Zhao's trash talk. At this moment Li Liang said, "Let the competition begin." Jiang Xiao raised his hand and cast silence. Fang Zhao's body tilted. Hit. The large-scale silence undoubtedly hit Fang Zhao's body. However, Fang Xiao was not dodging the silence. He was clearly dodging the blessing. What's going on? Be it Jiang Xiao or the students in the audience, they were all stunned. It was because after Fang Xiao tilted his body, he did not rush forward. Instead, he slowly retreated. What was the advantage of melee combat? Of course, it was close combat. With powerful combat skills and star power techniques, one could defeat the enemy. But what was Fang Xiao doing? Was he in a daze at the start of the match? No, he wasn't in a daze. He was obviously dodging the blessing, but what did he mean by that? Was he not going to engage in melee combat? You're a star warrior from the melee combat faction. Yet, you're not going to engage in melee combat when facing a medical support? You're giving up on your biggest advantage. That seems to be right. Your melee combat skills aren't giving you any advantages in front of the toxic healer. You've even been completely annihilated. What should I do? Do you have any long-range combat skills? Even if you do, the toxic healer's silence can control you to death. You won't be able to use any long-range combat skills at all. The stadium gradually quietened down, and everyone stared at the scene with their mouths agape. A few seconds later, Jiang Xiao was stunned to discover that Fang Xiao really had no intention of attacking. He had been slowly retreating while staring at Jiang Xiao, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Jiang Xiao frowned and counted in his heart before throwing out another shot of sound of silence. Fang Zhao's face was flushed and he coughed slightly. However, he stood there stubbornly without any intention of attacking. Damn it! Jiang Xiao couldn't help but scratch his buzzcut and say, "Why don't you hit me?" Everyone was speechless. It was the first time they heard someone make such a request. But, the toxic healer is right. Go ahead and hit him. Jiang Shao walked towards Fang Xiao with his sword. If you don't hit me, I'll hit you. Fang Xiao was still silent as he slowly retreated to the corner. Healer? He's quite persistent? Jiang Shao thought about it and thought, why don't I let him take away a sorrowful tear? I don't think I need to display my domineering star technique in such a situation, right? Maybe it'll be better to catch him off guard during the national team selection? After all, Jiang Shao provided his personal information before he went to the Forest of Tears. At the thought of this, Jiang Shao charged forward with his sword. After some time passed, a layer of stone armor appeared on Fang Zhao's body, and he pulled out 2 stone bayonets from his arms. Jiang Shao raised his hand and waved. Fang Zhao's body tilted to the side. He was still dodging blessing, not silence. The stone armor on Fang Zhao's body, and the stone bayonets in his hands also turned into starlight and dissipated. What's he playing at? Is he here to get smashed? Jiang Shao held the sword with both hands and dragged the tip of the giant sword across the ground, creating a trail of mud. He then darted towards Fang Xiao, who was in the corner. There's no rule of losing upon entering the game. What are you doing standing in the corner? Are you trying to make me look like a victim? Are you trying to make others think that I'm bullying you? Friend, you're not as imaginative as me, are you? As Jiang Shao charged towards him with his sword, Fang Xiao finally moved. He ran from the bottom left corner to the bottom right corner. Jiang Shao was really dumbfounded. He raised his hand and cast a blessing. Fang Xiao had been observing Jiang Shao and his body tilted to the side. Finally, he dodged the blessing. This time, Jiang Shao did not cast a wide range of silence. The stone in Fang Zhao's hand condensed into a bayonet and he threw it at Jiang Shao. Although the speed of the hidden weapon was fast, at such a distance, Jiang Shao easily dodged the stone bayonet and even had time to raise his hand to cast a sound of silence. Fang Zhao's body staggered from the impact, but he gritted his teeth and quickly regained his state of sprinting. Jiang Shao stopped and thought, is he kiting me? Is he wasting my star power? Since Jiang Shao was so focused, he could dodge the blessing and, of course, dodge the counter-current light. Jiang Zhao's star power could not be replenished, but everyone present was a student and teacher of the Capital Star Warriors University. Jiang Shao could connect the counter-current light to them, but it would probably be considered a violation of the rules. Jiang Shao stopped here, and so did Fang Xiao. The two of them stared at each other for a long time. Neither of them moved. Although Fang Xiao was not in the sound of silence, his star power was in a mess and he was in so much pain that he didn't even want to condense the stone bayonet anymore. Jiang Shao suddenly picked up his sword and charged forward again. Fang Xiao also moved quickly and ran towards the opposite half of the field. Jiang Shao was so angry that he almost laughed. He yelled, "Are you shameless? Do you think you can outrun me to death just because your physique is better than mine?" Fang Xiao, on the other hand, kept running, looking like an autistic child. He ignored everyone and just ran. The audience immediately scolded him. The referees had strange expressions on their faces, and a small number of the audience couldn't help but laugh out loud. Where's the shame? Where's the dignity of a star warrior? A star warrior who was at the peak of the galaxy realm was being chased around by a support? Just like that, under the gaze of all the teachers and students in the school, a toxic healer from Star Cloud who was holding a sword, a star warrior chased after a star warrior maniacally, in the stadium of the Capital Star Warriors University. He was running around. Chapter 501. 2-in-1 chapter with the leader's bonus update, 9 out of 10. In the stadium of Star Warriors University, the frenzied chase was still going on. Of course, it was accompanied by booing from the students. Jiang Shao knew that the audience was booing Fang Paopao. The Star River battle was shamelessly stalling for time and depleting Jiang Zhao's star power. It was hard for them to imagine how Fong Paopao was going to win, but at least he was disgusting them now. Not only was he disgusting his opponent, but he was also disgusting the entire school. In the process of the chase, Jiang Zhao kept thinking. Unlike most of the impatient audience, Jiang Zhao gradually calmed down. Jiang Zhao suddenly stopped in his tracks and adjusted the blessing to silver quality. He then raised his hand and put one on himself. Fang Xiao tilted his body and dodged Jiang Zhao's blessing, only to realize that Jiang Zhao was giving him a blessing. Fang Xiao was obviously stunned by the sudden scene. By the time he snapped back to his senses, Jiang Zhao had already returned to his senses. Fang Xiao and the audience finally remembered that the effect of blessing was not just for single-target control. In essence, it was a medical star technique. However, Jiang Zhao had the crooked talent to target his opponent every time he used blessing. Hence, everyone subconsciously thought that it was a control star technique. With the addition of the silver quality blessing, Jiang Zhao felt that his vitality was recovering rapidly. The first thing he felt was the recovery of his stamina. It wasn't an extreme run, so Jiang Zhao didn't plan to die. In theory, Jiang Zhao wouldn't die because he had blessing. A single silver quality blessing was enough for him to recover a lot of stamina. During the process of running, his star power would also be recovered, which would be enough for him to use another silver quality blessing. Jiang Zhao gripped the blade tightly and gave himself a warning. Mentality? There must be no problems with my mentality. There will always be a way to guard against arrogance and rashness. Enemies would always make mistakes. As long as he maintained his mentality, a competition of this level would not be a problem at all. Indeed, using tests to promote learning was very effective. Jiang Zhao had long discovered this weakness of his physique, but Fong Paopao had used a unique method to magnify Jiang Zhao's weakness. After several consecutive sound of silence and blessings, Jiang Zhao's star power was almost depleted. Jiang Zhao could not use the spacetime rift. Even when he was in perfect condition, he would have to think twice before using the spacetime rift. If there were any attentive spectators, they would be able to discover that Jiang Zhao would always use the spacetime rift to teleport after attaching counter-current light to his opponent before using the spacetime rift in the past few rounds. Jiang Zhao's current level was considered half a step into the Galaxy River and his star power was still abundant. However, he did not make the great leap through the Dragon Gate, so his star power reserves did not increase qualitatively. Using countercurrent light to fill his body with star power before teleporting had already become Jiang Zhao's battle routine. It wasn't just for the past few matches. Back when he was killing the teary ghosts in the Forest of Tears, Jiang Zhao had been doing the same thing. The point is, I have no choice but to do this. If Jiang Zhao's total star power was divided into 10 portions, he would consume 9 portions of star power when he launched the spacetime rift. If the total amount of star power was insufficient, Jiang Zhao would be courting death if he insisted on using the spacetime rift. He had experienced the feeling of having his star power sucked dry. Not only would he not be able to use his star techniques, it would also cause his body to be severely injured. So, another weakness has appeared? Jiang Zhao did not have any star techniques that could automatically increase his star power. All his star techniques were toxic, and he could only extract star power from his enemies. No, that was no longer a problem. That weakness of Jiang Zhao's had long been made up for after he absorbed the Tearful Spirit star bead in the Forest of Tears. Jiang Zhao had nostalgia and tears of sorrow. If he were to activate nostalgia and cry for a while, all his star power would return. Can Fang Xiao avoid the heavy rain? Jiang Zhao was deeply doubtful. Fang Xiao could only hide in a building in order to have a chance of avoiding it. However, be it the intra-school competition, the national competition, or the World Cup, the venues were all standard football grounds. Even if Fang Xiao used the rock star technique to prop up a stone slab above his head, it would not work. The rainwater that flowed down the rock would definitely stain his body. Umbrellas were a good choice. After all, they were specially designed to block the rain and prevent the human body from coming into contact with the rainwater. However, even so, Fang Xiao had to supplement it with flying star technique. Otherwise, the rainwater that flowed on the ground and moistened the turf and soil would also burn Fang Xiao's body. That would also give Jiang Xiao an endless supply of star power. After calming himself down, Jiang Xiao was no longer anxious. The meaning of the competition was to be able to learn something in every game. Even if the sky falls, second last will hold it up. No, even if the sky falls, there's someone taller to hold it up. At any time, he must not be impatient for success. After teaching Xiao Jin a lesson, Jiang Xiao decided not to make the same mistake. Jiang Zhao's main body focused on the competition and moving towards his goal in life. That was something meaningful. Jiang Zhao's decoy was to cooperate with the team to destroy the holy ground and resolve the crisis. That was also meaningful. Since it was a dual-core team, they had to work hard on their own. Unnecessary worries and synesthesia would not only not help them achieve their goals, but would also affect their performance. Jiang Xiao tried his best to block out the synesthesia. On the decoy's side, Nine-Tailed's thoughts became clearer and her actions seemed to have become faster and more decisive. To Jiang Xiao, a heavy rain would obviously be able to solve his current problems. Besides, the star techniques were meant to be used. When necessary, Jiang Xiao would definitely not be stingy. Jiang Xiao carried the giant sword and dashed towards Fang Xiao again. Tears of Sorrow required at least 2 portions of star power to be activated. Besides, maintaining Tears of Sorrow and Nostalgia required star power. However, Jiang Xiao didn't care because the star power brought by Nostalgia would be far more than the star power consumed to maintain the 2-star technique. The problem was that Jiang Xiao currently only had 2 portions of star power left in his body, which was clearly not enough for the startup capital of the 2-star technique. He still had to chase Fang Xiao for a while and recover his star power. Should I use my skill points to upgrade the basic technique, Star Power Abundance? Or speed up the recovery rate of my star power? That damned Star Power Abundance. The last time it was upgraded was during the battle between Jiang Xiao and Song Chuanxi, when Jiang Xiao chopped off one of Song Chuanxi's thighs. There was a notification in his internal star map that Star Power Abundance had been upgraded. That was still considered good. At least it was an automatic upgrade. Jiang Xiao had basically used his skill points to upgrade Star Power Abundance. Star Power Abundance was considered the most difficult to train among all the basic technique. In the 3rd section of his internal star map, Jiang Zhao's freehand combat, dagger proficiency, and bow proficiency had all been upgraded to silver quality level 9 after hard training. The Xia family swordsmanship had also reached gold quality level 6. However, Star Power Abundance was only at silver quality level 4. It was really difficult to train independently, and Jiang Xiao couldn't seem to find any effective training method. While chasing and slashing, Jiang Xiao took some time to take a look at his internal star map. I still have 67 skill points. Should I upgrade Star Power Abundance to gold quality? After all, increasing the speed of star power recovery would allow me to participate in the national team selection of a higher level. If I don't have enough star power, I'll make up for it with the speed of recovery? Jiang Xiao didn't have any star techniques that could automatically recover star power, and this basic technique just happened to make up for that shortcoming. A match made in heaven? A match made in heaven? Jiang Xiao had always adhered to the principle of not using skill points recklessly if he could advance on his own. Hence, Jiang Xiao was very cautious about using skill points. That behavior had also helped Jiang Xiao resolve many crises. In every difficult moment, Jiang Shao would throw skill points into his internal star map to upgrade his star power. Putting aside everything else, the role of skill points during the incident at the 923 Inferno Court almost saved Jiang Zhao's and Han Jiangshua's lives. Now, Jiang Shao was stuck in the half-step galaxy realm and his skill points couldn't advance anymore. Hence, Jiang Shao was no longer a miser. Besides, star power abundance was a basic technique that was really difficult to train and upgrade, damn it. The Capital Star Warriors University is one of the top schools in the country. Why aren't there any skill points for winning the in-school selection? Do I have to be selected by the national team to get skill points? Damn it, I'll just enter the national team selection first. Jiang Shao threw 60 skill points into the star power abundance that he both loved and hated. Star power abundance upgraded. Gold quality level 0. Jiang Shao carefully sensed it. The time taken to absorb the same amount of star power was reduced by more than half. Originally, he could recover 1 unit of star power in 300 seconds. Now, he could recover 1 unit of star power in 120 seconds. Besides, it was an autonomous star map that Jiang Shao didn't have to pay attention to. It was equivalent to a passive star technique. Star warriors could actively absorb star power. If Jiang Shao took the initiative to absorb star power, coupled with the positive effects of star power abundance, the recovery speed of star power would be faster. Not bad, huh? What would be the effects of star power abundance after it was upgraded to platinum quality? Would I be able to recover 1 unit of star power every 60 seconds? Or even faster? If it was too fast, there would be advantages and disadvantages. After all, Jiang Zhao's countercurrent light shared and divided the enemy's star power equally. In the future, when Jiang Shao ascended to the galaxy and the total amount of star power increased, it would be similar to the total amount of star power of his opponent. If Jiang Zhao's star power recovery speed had a qualitative improvement, it would be easy for him to distribute his star power equally to his opponents. However, there were many ways to avoid it. For example, frantically teleporting? Frantically consuming mana and then using countercurrent light? It would be much better if this basic technique could be activated and deactivated automatically. That way, there would be more room for manipulation. While thinking about it, Jiang Shao chased after Fang Shao. The audience was clearly getting impatient, and even the referees were already whispering to each other to discuss how to deal with the current stalemate. There was no time limit for the school-level qualifiers, which would ensure that both parties would have time to perform at their highest level. According to the rules of the World Cup, the duration of the competition would be 20 minutes. After the time was up, the judges would decide the winner based on the performance of both parties in the past 20 minutes. After a while, Li Liang said, "The duration of the competition is 20 minutes. The countdown begins." Jiang Shao was stunned for a moment and thought, changing the rules at the last minute? Up until now, I should have had the upper hand, right? The damage caused to the opponent was far greater than the damage caused by the opponent. Jiang Shao frowned and thought, do I have to change my strategy too? Jiang Shao looked at Fang Shao, who was sprinting in front of him, only to realize that he was still calm and collected, as if he hadn't heard Li Liang's words. Jiang Shao wasn't anxious either. Instead, he remained calm and thought to himself, I'd better play it safe. If I can win, I shouldn't leave my fate to others. At the thought of this, Jiang Shao stopped chasing and stood in the middle of the field. Fang Shao, you're bullying me. You're bullying me because I can't catch up to you. Jiang Shao suddenly stomped his feet and cursed. However, Fang Shao had learned his lesson and became more focused. He stared at Jiang Shao even more intently. Jiang Shao realized that his opponent was really on guard, and there was no opportunity for him to take advantage of. Jiang Shao reached out and wiped his tears. You're too much of a bully. The audience and the referees were dumbfounded. What's going on? Did he break down emotionally? Did Jiang Xiaopi cry because of Fang Shao? Did Feng Zhao's strategy really work? Did he break down his opponent's mentality? At the next moment, dark clouds surged and gathered in the sunny stadium. The students were secretly astonished by the strange sight. The sky above their heads was covered with dark clouds, but as far as their eyes could see, the sky outside the stadium was still bright and sunny, and the spring sunshine was beautiful. It was as if the heavens were playing a joke on them. The rain only fell on the football field of the stadium, and not even the surrounding track was drenched. The students in the audience were dumbfounded because the rain was right in front of them. The curtain of rain was really distinct. It was raining heavily in the green field, but there was not even a drop of rain outside the green field. What's going on? Li Liang, who was on the rostrum, stood up abruptly. He saw Jiang Shao stepping on the halo of nostalgia in the heavy rain, and the time scale continued to rotate clockwise. Jiang Shao stood in the middle of the field and looked up at the sky with a sorrowful expression. In this torrential rain, Feng Zhao's expression suddenly changed. The rainwater that should have been icy cold seemed to be boiling hot, burning his body and burning his life. Feng Zhao panted heavily and sprinted at full speed. He didn't care whether he was out of bounds or not. He quickly ran to the edge of the field, and finally leaped onto the track. To his surprise, the range of the rain shifted towards Feng Zhao before he could get up. Feng Zhao turned pale with fright. He scrambled out and rushed directly to the auditorium. The heavy rain also moved along with Feng Zhao. It wasn't really moving, but rather, the range of the rain had expanded. The audience was initially still watching the show, but when the rain poured on their heads, they began to curse. This is not rain. This is a star technique. This is actually a star technique? Damn it. It hurts. What kind of star technique is this? Why haven't I heard of it before? Damn it. Jiang Xiaopi. I'm not a contestant, I'm a spectator. Damn it. Jiang Xiaopi. You shut up. Stop crying. Hold it in. I'm going to use reflect. I'm really going to use reflect. Little toxic healer, hurry up and stop your mystical abilities. Xiaopi's daddy, don't cry, boo-hoo. Please don't cry. Chapter 502. 10 out of 10 for the leader of the Knights of the Bloody Battle. Zhao Wenlong stood up and quietly felt the heavy rain. His eyes, which were always full of fighting spirit, gradually dimmed and Zhao Wenlong murmured, "It's a very powerful large-scale output star technique." No one was spared from the heavy rain. Ho Mingming held her forehead with one hand, not saying a word or making a sound. The rain covered up the faint tear stains on her face, and Jiang Shao wondered what she had recalled in the rain. The effect of sorrowful tears was not only to burn the target's life, but also to make the target depressed. Depressed emotions could be divided into a few types, but they were the most common ones. However, everyone had a different way of dealing with low emotions. Some people were really sad to the point of isolating themselves. However, there were some people whose hearts were filled with rage. They were angry, they wanted to resist, they wanted revenge. In the heavy rain, Jiang Shao became the target of public criticism. They were in the capital Star Warriors, and the Black Rock Mountain was the dimensional space that the students of the capital Star Warriors often entered. How many students had the star technique Black Flame? Black Flame was a passive star technique that did not have to be activated actively. What was activated was the prerequisite star technique Black Flame. Judging from the number of people in the audience who were covered in black flames, it was obvious how many of them were intensely resisting. That was only the star technique of the Black Flame series. There were all sorts of other star techniques that were all injected into Jiang Zhao's body. All of a sudden, various colors appeared on Jiang Zhao's body, including black, white, red, yellow, stones, mud, grass, vines, frost, ice, electric current, electric ball, flames, tornadoes, wind blades. There were even faint shadows around his body. There were all kinds of them. This world, please open your eyes and look at me. I'm the man who is doted on by everyone." His diamond level of endurance had done a meritorious deed again. To what extent? Jiang Shao had almost become the enemy of the entire school, but he still did not faint. Well, that statement was a little exaggerated. After all, not every teacher and student was vindictive, and most of them were still in a state of sadness. Just like Jiang Shao, their eyes had turned red in the heavy rain. Jiang Shao quickly retracted his star technique, but he was in excruciating pain. The physical blow was nothing, but the mental blow was the most fatal. As early as when Jiang Shao wanted to kill Fang Shao and expand the range of the rain curtain, he had already cancelled the halo of nostalgia. After all, there were too many people, and Jiang Shao was afraid that he would be killed by the vitality. Hence, at this moment, Jiang Zhao's body was suffering from all sorts of recoil and his head was about to explode. All sorts of negative emotions filled his head. The only good thing was that sadness was the younger brother among most intense negative emotions. Hence, Jiang Shao didn't have to ask second last for a hug in the end. Shrimpy's father was still punished by the whole school. Whether it was his body or his soul, he had been thoroughly punished. The audience wailed in anguish, and the judges were not much better. Li Liang stroked the strands of hair on the top of his head and said in a low voice, "Jiang Xiaopi wins." Jiang Xiaopi won. He was the first to qualify to represent the Capital Star Warriors in the national team selection. However, no one cheered or celebrated. Instead, they were all sobbing softly. As for Fang Shao, he had already stepped out of bounds long ago, and he did so intentionally without thinking about how to return to the arena. In fact, he even ran towards the audience. Such cowardly and deserting behavior was immediately disqualified. Roar! Out. At some point in time, a series of roars came from all directions of the audience, and the students who had all kinds of exciting star techniques finally snapped out of their trance and began to exert their strength. In fact, a small sun even appeared in the sky, making everyone feel like they were seeing the sun again, replacing the dark clouds that had long dissipated. The warm light shone on everyone and nourished their minds. At some point in time, Jiang Shao, who was frozen, saw a pair of black marten boots on the wet turf in front of him. She bent down and rubbed Jiang Zhao's frozen head with a heartache. Then, a frost vortex appeared in her hand, shredding the green vines and smashing the stones and mud that imprisoned Jiang Shao. Han Jiangxue used the various star techniques for at least 30 seconds. In the end, the flames in her hand melted Jiang Shao, who was frozen in the soil, and she tried her best to pull him out. She held his shoulder with one hand and helped him up. Jiang Zhao's footsteps were light and his body seemed to be swaying. He did not know if he was hot or cold. He leaned against Han Jiangshue's body and left the arena step by step. He didn't collapse and could even walk. "Would you be afraid if I gave you such a diamond endurance skill?" Han Jiangshue said softly. "You shouldn't have expanded the range of the rain. He's already lost because you chased him out of the arena." The muddle-headed Jiang Shao seemed to have spoken his mind. If it were any other day, he might have been mischievous and found an excuse for himself. Jiang Shao said, "Indeed, it was a mistake. I wanted to move, but I didn't think about expanding it. However, I expanded it too much. I can't control it. No, it's not good. It's a good range." Not only was Jiang Zhao's speech intermittent, but his words were also incoherent. He was hurt by all kinds of star techniques, and almost became mentally disabled. However, Han Jiangxue roughly understood what Jiang Shao meant. She was also in a bad mood, so she quietly helped Jiang Shao out of the arena. However, they did not go to the audience but to the players' tunnel. Although Han Jiangxue was depressed, she was still rational. She was really afraid that the teachers and students of the school would come to their senses and beat Jiang Shao up. Han Jiangxue supported Jiang Shao and met up with Xia Yan and the other members of the World Cup team to escort Jiang Shao back to Xia Yan's home. However, in the process of escorting Jiang Shao, Wu Yao tried to kick Jiang Shao several times, but Song Chuanxi stopped him. After returning to Maple Forest Estate, everyone got up and bade farewell after staying for a while. Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan also took a comfortable shower and changed into clean and refreshing clothes. As for Jiang Shao, ever since he entered the house, he fell asleep on the bed. Jiang Shao slept all the way into the middle of the night and finally settled everything after sending a few blessings. In the afternoon, the various media outlets had already gone crazy. Shocking! The toxic healer, Jiang Xiaopi, has finally shown his true colors as a school tyrant. He's the third best student in the Capital Star Warrior Academy. 1 sword, 1 blessing, 1 rain, 1 reverse, 1 silence, 1 teleportation. Are you ready for the World Cup? The national champion and the most valuable student of the 2016 finals, Jiang Xiaopi, has sent a powerful signal to the students of all the universities in the country. There's a place for me in the national team. The toxic healer has arrived. Leave a spot. The king of solo matches, be efficient. Jiang Zhao's body fell into a deep sleep, but Nine-Tailed was able to focus and kill decisively. What did it mean to be in a two-pronged relationship? Jiang Shao successfully obtained the recommendation to the Capital Star Warrior University. Nine-Tailed also did a lot of meaningful things on this day. This Tail Feather Squad had destroyed 4 Azura Mountain holy ruins on Earth along the way. Just now, they had destroyed the 5th Azura Mountain holy ruin. Moreover, the significance of this sacred ground was extraordinary, because this sacred ground had bloomed in a city. Is the holy ground in a town? How many casualties will there be? Fortunately, the golden red candle was very friendly and would not take the initiative to attack people. Of course, even if they attacked people, they wouldn't feel any pain. It was just like being hit by jelly. One might not even move, and it would bounce away on its own. So, Nine-Tailed was facing the same situation as the golden red candle. They were all younger brothers. Nine-Tailed acted as bait and did not have any star techniques. Even though she was proficient in swordsmanship, she did not have any explosive output and could not cause space to vibrate. Hence, she could not close the door of the holy ground. Even if Nine-Tailed found the holy ground, she could only watch helplessly, just like the golden red candle. Even if she was hugged, pinched, and rubbed, she could only endure it silently without being able to resist. Nine-Tailed and Enai had already formed a fixed team. In the process of searching for the holy ground, Fei Shui was in a team alone, and second last did not need any help. Hence, Nine-Tailed chose to work with Enai. They cooperated with the local police and the Victor's Legion that arrived later to destroy the holy ground in the east of the city. Due to the fact that the holy ground was opened in the town, the Nine-Tailed Feather team did not leave immediately. Instead, they helped the city kill the bug. The mission of exterminating pests lasted for about 20 minutes before it was successfully completed. That was enough to show the strength of the various Chinese military forces. Just as the Nine-Tailed Feather team gathered again and was about to drive away, a little kid approached Nine-Tailed. "Big brother, circle circle." The childish voice attracted the attention of the Nine-Tailed Feather team. Nine-Tailed turned around, only to see a family of 4 waving at Jiang Shao through the window in a shop across the street. They were not waving goodbye, but waving and calling. "Isn't that the family that I just rescued?" In the beginning, after Nine-Tailed drove the military vehicle into the city, he immediately heard the shouts from the shops on the street. Without hesitation, Nine-Tailed stopped the car and dashed in. He killed 2 golden red giant bugs, and continued to search for the holy ground with Enai without waiting for the family to thank him or greet them. What happened? Did someone slip through the net? Nine-Tailed hurriedly ran over, followed by the rest of the nine-tailed feather team. As soon as they ran into the restaurant, a middle-aged couple with a 2-year-old child in their arms continuously thanked the nine-tailed feather team. The 7-year-old child who called out to him just now seemed to be a little shy and scared. He had already hidden behind his father. Nine-tailed frowned. It was normal for them to thank him, but he had a mission to complete and there were more holy grounds waiting for him to destroy. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, behind the middle-aged husband's legs, a little boy with a fair complexion revealed his little face. Big brother circle circle. Nine-tailed was speechless. The mask he was wearing was really full of circles. This is for you. The little boy mustered up his courage and shouted in a childish voice. He stood up from behind his father while holding a golden red candle in his arms. No, it's not a golden red candle, it should be a black and white candle. Everyone was stunned. What is this? Other candles are colorful and golden red. Why is yours black and white? White star power flowed in the black translucent skin. The little guy's candle eyes were white flames, and the one on top of his head was also burning with white flames. It was a little cool, but also a little strange. The little boy pouted and said, "This guy is different from the others. Dad said I can't keep it and will hand it over to you. Thank you for saving our family." With that, the little boy ran over. Nine-tailed squatted down and took the black and white candle from his arms. His eyes behind the mask were slightly stunned. It was not like he had never been to the upper dimension before. Of course, he knew what a high-level creature of the same kind looked like. The white ghouls of the upper dimension only had a huge change in size, but the color did not change. This black and white candle, is this a mutation? Shiny Pokemon. Chapter 503. That night, when Jiang Xiao woke up, he realized that his Weibo had already exploded. Everyone was shocked by Jiang Xiao's powerful combat power. During the 2 advancement matches, he defeated the 3rd and 4th place students in the school with a single slash of his sword. Everyone was taken aback, and the heavy rain at the end caused a huge uproar. Sorrowful Tears was a star technique that was only produced in Egret City, China. It only existed in the Forest of Tears, which was strictly controlled by the state. Hence, most people had never seen such a star technique before. On Weibo, many people were asking about the name and effects of the star technique, and there were plenty of scientific replies. What made Jiang Xiao feel the most upset was that the photo of Han Jiangxue rescuing him from the ice, boulders, mud, vines, and other miscellaneous things spread like wildfire. Jiang Xiao was at a loss whether to laugh or cry at the various teasing remarks and the accompanying pictures. In the end, even Jiang Xiao couldn't help but make fun of himself. Jiang Xiaopi mischievous or not just now from Fruit 7 plus 500 years, Han Sanzang, I've finally waited for you. Picture. As soon as Jiang Xiao posted on Weibo, Han Jiangshue's mobile phone in the living room rang. She picked it up and looked at it, while Xia Yan scooted over too. She didn't look at the content at all, and when she saw that it was Jiang Xiao who posted it, she scurried to Jiang Zhao's small bedroom. Xia Yan pushed open the bedroom door and saw that Jiang Xiao was scrolling through Weibo while wrapped in a blanket. She couldn't help but step forward and yell, "Hurry up and take a shower. You're so dirty." Jiang Xiao was pinched by the back of his neck again, and had no choice but to drop his mobile phone and run to the bathroom. Han Jiangxue took the opportunity to change the bedsheets in Jiang Zhao's bedroom. In the bathroom, Jiang Xiao, who was showering, activated his synesthesia again, only to discover that he had actually obtained a shining Pokemon. At this moment, Second Last was driving while Nine-Tailed was sitting in the front passenger seat, carefully studying the special little guy. This black and white candle made Een and I greedy. The golden red candle in her arms also had a curious look on its face as it looked at its mutant companion. The black and white candle twisted left and right in Nine-Tailed's arms, trying to break free from Nine-Tailed's pinching and ravaging. However, there was no way for it to break free. As a brass-quality golden candle, it had 3 brass-quality star technique. Just like Shao burning clay, their star techniques were not very useful. The first star technique of the golden red candle was called collision. It sounded good, but it was useless. There was no special effect at all. Although the white ghoul's green glow and the sheep-headed walker's collision were both brass-quality star techniques, they both had repelling effects. As for the golden red candle, it was just a simple rebuke. In particular, its body was as elastic as jelly, so it didn't hurt at all when it bumped into someone. The second star technique was called warmth. The golden red candle could try its best to activate the circulation of the star techniques in his body to make his body warmer. Well, the flames on its body weren't hot at all, let alone its body. The warmth star technique could only be used to warm the hands, but it could also be used as a hot water bag. His third star technique was called light, which could make the flames on his head burn more fiercely and increase the illumination range. Under the coercive request of Nine-Tailed, the black-white candle followed Nine-Tailed's orders and used all 3 star techniques once due to its timid personality. Next, Jiang Shao discovered the problem with its second star technique. It wasn't warm, but cold. The white flame was actually a little cold and comfortable to hold in his hands. Unfortunately, the main body was not there. Otherwise, Jiang Shao would have been able to see the star techniques of such a low-level creature in his internal star map and see the detailed introduction. In the back seat of the car, Enai was extremely greedy. She gathered a star power candy in her hand and continuously tempted the black-white candle. "Come into my arms, I'll give you candy." The black-white candle's eyes burned brighter and it couldn't help but open its mouth, after which a trace of saliva flowed out. To be exact, the star power in its stomach flowed out. The black-white candle hurriedly shut its mouth to prevent the loss of star power, and its bouncy body began to struggle violently. Nine-Tailed grabbed its ball-shaped body and handed it to Enai in the back seat of the car. Enai was overjoyed and hurriedly hugged the black-white candle in her arms, one in her left hand and the other in her right. The 2 candles stared at each other, but they didn't seem to be friendly. They couldn't help but bump their foreheads against each other and were hurriedly separated by Enai. Dong, dong, dong. In the capital, Jiang Shao was showering himself with the shower when he suddenly heard someone knocking on the door and Xia Yan's voice. "What are you doing inside? Hurry up and come out, we're waiting for you to eat." Jiang Shao raised his hand and gave himself a blessing. Xia Yan, who was outside the door, blushed and stomped her feet angrily before scurrying away. Soon, Jiang Shao walked out in clean and soft pajamas. In the kitchen, Xia Yan and Han Jiangxue were already seated at the dining table with several dishes on it. Upon seeing Jiang Shao walk in, Han Jiangxue frowned and asked, "Why did you close your eyes and rest when you were preparing for the competition today?" Jiang Shao sat down and pondered for a moment before saying, "There's something going on in the northwest." "Indeed?" Han Jiangxue exclaimed softly. Xia Yan stopped smiling and asked, "I saw a lot of news and the television has been broadcasting it for the entire day. It's not just in the northwest of China, but also in the neighboring countries of Central Asia. The holy ground of a dimensional space has actually opened on Earth." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "I saw the news when I woke up just now. Fortunately, the holy ground of Mount Tragic Night was opened, and the creatures of other dimensions are not too powerful. If it were in other dimensional spaces, it would be terrible." Xia Yan said, "The news said that the situation has been effectively controlled. The holy ground of Mount Tragic Night is now blooming slower and slower, and there are fewer and fewer of them. The weather in the northwestern region of our country has already returned to normal." Jiang Shao nodded. Although it was 6 p.m. now, it was still daytime in Dajiang province. Hence, once the sky in Mount Tragic Night disappeared, the region there would return to daytime. Han Jiangxue frowned and asked, "How did you get the news at that time?" Xia Yan blinked and said, "Yeah, the media didn't even spread the news in the morning." Jiang Shao scratched his head and said, "My bait is with second last." After hearing his words, Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan were both stunned. They both knew that they could have two Xiaopi, but one of them was in school while the other was being trained by second last. Jiang Shao smiled awkwardly and said, "In order to prepare for the World Cup, the bait has been practicing swordsmanship hard in the Northwest." "Wow! You cheater! No wonder your swordsmanship is so strong!" Xia Yan exclaimed as she covered her head with both hands. "Someone is actually helping you practice swordsmanship," Jiang Shao said meekly. "I'm afraid you have some misunderstanding about my bait. I'm the one who's been practicing swordsmanship hard and enduring the loneliness. The bait is none other than the other me." Xia Yan raised her head and looked into Jiang Zhao's eyes seriously. After a few seconds, she nodded silently and didn't say anything else. However, deep down, she felt a tinge of admiration for Jiang Shao. Han Jiangxue reached out and handed a pair of chopsticks to Jiang Shao. "Be careful and pay attention to your safety. It's okay, the creatures of other dimensions in the Night Disaster Mountain are not very strong. We just cooperated with the local teams and saved a town," Jiang Shao said as he picked up his chopsticks and picked up a piece of boiled fish. Hearing his words, Han Jiangxue nodded gently with a look of admiration on her face. "I've already seen the situation in the northwest corner of Dajiang province on the news. Everything is developing in a good direction. Don't worry." At this point, Jiang Shao paused and continued, "The neighboring countries in Central Asia didn't resolve the problem as quickly as we did. I wonder how much damage they'll suffer." Xia Yan asked, "The creatures of other dimensions in the Night Disaster Mountain are not strong." Jiang Shao shook his head and said, "The night breeds some evil. Some time ago, the electricity in Los Angeles was cut off for an entire night. It was just like a carnival night for criminals. When the sun rose the next morning, it was really a scene of devastation. Although the night in the Night Disaster Mountain is not a blackout, the chaos is enough for people to take advantage of." Xia Yan nodded thoughtfully and said, "You mean, some of the dangers don't come from the Night Disaster Mountain?" Han Jiangxue said in a timely manner, "Let's not talk about the matters of other countries. China is very stable, and we just have to deal with the problems appropriately. Do you need some alone time? Will chatting like this affect the condition of the bait?" Jiang Shao hurriedly shook his head and said, "No, don't worry, it won't at all. By the way, Zhao Wenlong somehow got my phone number and said that he wants to talk to me." Xia Yan said, "You, Ho Mingming, and Zhao Wenlong have already been confirmed to represent the Star Warriors of Beijing and participate in the national team selection. You'll have to contact them sooner or later." Jiang Shao said, "Yeah, that's true." Jiang Shao stopped abruptly and Han Jiangxue's face tensed up, especially after knowing that Jiang Zhao's bait was still in the northwest. She frantically pressed Xia Yan down with one hand to prevent her from interrupting. In the northwest of the motherland, on the speeding military vehicle, the group of four stared at the sky not far away from them. High up in the sky above the cliff on the right, 6 huge space teleportation portals suddenly opened. They formed a large circle, and the scene was extremely spectacular. There were countless golden-red candle flames and golden-red giant worms that flowed down like golden-red magma. In the dark night, they were extremely dazzling and eye-catching. Second Last squinted and looked at the towering cliff. Knowing that it would be difficult for the vehicle to drive up, she said to the 2 apprentices behind her, "You 2 will guard the military vehicle in a while." Second Last then turned around and looked at Ninetails. She said calmly, "Accompany me to fight." Ninetails nodded silently and said, "It's my honor." You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.